Alrighty then. Let us get cooking. Oh man, oh man. See what we get done today. Yeah, I wish I knew how these really work. 'Cause I know you put them in the crafting field, but is it like a 1-to-1? Only works one time? So let's go around and get our tokens all print screened. I got 6 hours. Interesting that it changed. Got two tendons, relaxed tendon, like Mamba's. Need to make more than one page on that. Hopefully, end it. Make a second. Third. I want to make a second page. I want to add a second page. That's the problem I'm having is like once I put 3 pictures, I feel like I can't do anymore. So I'm not doing any of the fish. I'm only doing fish if it's mussels. So we got 4 of them on the page this time, but 2 more. Well, 1 more. 3 one doesn't matter. This is the only one that matters. For the last one. We could actually push this up a little bit more. That. Only do it like that. Oh, because the order. Okay, so let's. This one goes first. This one can go here, here. And this, okay, so we can fit like all 5 in. It's just annoying. Okay, we got them all on the page. We might be able to get. Actually, I might have used all this stuff already. Yeah, we already used all this stuff. Alright, so not too big of a deal. We'll just go and chop those down in a bit. Alright, let's put away what we have. Sell anything that we need to get rid of, and then get a moving. No problem. Alright, fill from inventory. And then yeah, go and sell a bunch of the stuff we don't need. Alright. Jump. Jesus, why weren't you jumping? Alright. Let's get rid of these. These should be it. Okay. And we'll do a quick little range buy. Alright, we do need iron and copper, but we don't need the stone, so that can go down here. This can go down here. These can get out the way. So the horse medallion's on me. Alright, so we do need these. Alright. So what do we need first? So looks like we need, okay, we can't do runners, but we can do boar. Let's take a quick look. So don't need wolf today. Don't need hyena. We're not close to that. Okay. We do need mambas. Okay. Looks like we need uh we need reflex tendons. But I'm not seeing anything to go with it. We're not gonna do penguins since I can't find penguins don't give it to us anyway. Okay. So we're gonna have to do I'm not gonna do the desert ones, but we can do some fox. We get some fox hide. Okay. Then we can do some fox, we can do some boar. So mamba, fox, boar. So that's mamba, fox, boar. And then it looks like we just need regular tendons, ostrich, zebra. Who's gonna give us a regular tendon? The wolves, of course. Alright. So we need to go wolves, mambas, fox. So we get some wolves down here. Fine. Get some zebra over here. Um okay. With the ostrich up top. With the black mambas. Those are up here. Black mambas and ostrich. And the boar. There's only a couple boar though. But we can head down and boar. We're gonna need a bunch of boar, so So let's just go do the wolves really quick. I'll head over to zebras. Yeah, we could do rabbit, but I kind of want to do fox, because we never do fox. We don't have any backlog of their hides or anything. What up, Edge? What's going on? What kind of progress have you been up to in all your stuff and things? All right, so we don't need these. For these will be the first ones done. You get to 99 yet? Oh, did you were you able to take any time to try and go through the guild stash? I put some more megalomaniacs in there because I did a sim the other night. I was just giving it a try to see how it felt. I went back to cast on stun just because it was simpler until I can finish putting it all together to try the actual retaliation part. Because I feel like the retaliation wasn't better because the stun was interrupting the attack. And it wasn't doing any more damage than the cast on stun was doing. So it wasn't really worth the extra annoyance. Because I feel like it wasn't without the stun portion on the retaliation, it wasn't tanky enough. I was just dying too easy. So I had to put the stun portion into it. Or I would just literally die over and over again. So that's why I kept the stun portion in, but the stun portion kind of cucks it. And like I said, without it having enough damage, it just wasn't worth being cucked over and over again and just kind of irritating the whole situation. So I just put it back to cast and stun, and we're back to just cruising. Oh, I was playing that space game a little bit more, and I actually figured out how to like navigate it a little bit and do some stuff, and it's been pretty fun. I died already once to an NPC. Same problem I have in Eve. Once I start getting attacked, like if I'm in a bad position where I have no way to actually win the fight, I don't know how to disengage. I don't know how to get out. My ship literally wouldn't hyper jump to get out. It was just literally like slow puttering, getting shot over and over and over and over again until it finally died. I was just like, okay, well that's annoying. But I mean, I was in the starter ship, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But I ended up buying like an upgraded ship yesterday or the day before. But now I'm trying to figure out how to like outfit it with more things so I can try some other avenues of the game. Because right now all I'm doing is just like data missions. I'm literally just running from one station to another, just transporting goods from one spot to another. But now with the bigger ship, I can do more than just like one mission at a time, so I can make a lot more money. And eventually, I need to get out of the starting system. I'm literally just sitting in the starting system. But I'm playing on like solo, so. Alright, so we have enough tendons. Alright, now we need zebras. I need to find some foxes. So we can head this way. We can do the zebras really quick. There's only 3 over there. Oh, they're down here. Okay. Let's go do those really quick. I'm honestly tempted just to do rabbits instead of going to find the foxes. We needed iron, it looks like. Copper. Do this. Oh, I need to check my horses today too. Pop it really quick. Zebras is there too, so that's 2 birds, 1 stone. Nah, it's all good. I just figured I'd ask since, you know, I know it's up that alley, which is probably like a no-go for you, but it's always been a game genre that I know you were good at, or you played a lot of, that I felt like if you found a version of it that you didn't hate playing, that we could play together. Because I've always enjoyed playing those types of games. I just never had anybody to play with, so it always just kind of made it not fun. So I feel like those are types of games that you need to have somebody to play with, so you can actually group up to do things to have more fun. Yeah, I know you've been sick, and so that's why I was curious if you actually got anything done today. Did anything? That's why I asked, tickled. Yeah, it sounded like I said ass tickle. So it looks like copper. I don't know if that's silver. Is that silver? I don't think it's silver. I always misread that one. It is silver. Okay. So we need 3 things of silver. Uh some obsidian, iron, copper, and a little bit of cobalt. Okay. We do need a lot of the stuff that's up here. Alright, that's not too big a deal. Yeah, there's some coal over there. I'll pick that up over here too. I don't really care if we pick up a little extra. We'll just have to empty our inventory before we get too far in. Yo, what up, Dig? Yo, how's that V-Man coming along? Did you want me to show you a speed run before you did your speed run, Dig? Just so you had an idea of like what you're shooting for? Because that's the thing. Once you unlock the V-Man, you need to get your first speed run in kind of soon because it's like you can only do it once a day, and you're not going to do it every day. But I'm just saying you can only do it once, and then you have to wait a whole day to be able to do it again if you like mess it up. It's not a big deal at the end of the day, you know. The marathon, not a sprint. I was just I was gonna if you wanted me to show it to you, like how to like kind of somewhat get do it. I wouldn't say the most proper way, but at least have an idea of what you're doing. I could show it to you at some point, and then you could at least understand like the methodology to it. Because the short of it, Dig, is you get V-Man talent points based off of how many portals you open with the V-Man when you're doing your speed run, right? So when you do your speed run, depending on how many portals you open during the speed run will depend on how many talent points you have, and it's based off of the maximum amount of portals you've ever opened. So if you want a lot of talent points to be able to upgrade all your V-Man talents, you need to do a pretty big speed run eventually. So you start off with like a regular small like 20 or 30 portal, speed run, and then as you know, you use those points to carry you to the next section, right? Like to the next breakpoint or something. All right, that's done. All right, so what we can do? Oh, there's Fox. Oh, fuck. All right, so we can actually come down here. Because there's Fox and Black Mamba, but that's a decent ways away. So let's just fast travel and then run up. Fuck. Oh. So anyway, yeah, so that's why I was bringing it up because you start off with like a small one and then you use those extra points and you book those specific skills to increase the time, like the speed run time, and then the other things for the speed. Basically, you set it up so your speed runs are easier, And once you max those ones out, then you know your next speed run will be bigger, so you get more points to put towards your next you know, after you do the next speed run, you'll get even more points, so you can, you know, put even more points in. And it's kind of like a little stepping stone kind of system. Yep, all good. That, like I said, if you, like I said, if you want to just go in blind and just do it, you know, based off of what I've already said, that's, you know, do what you got to do. If you want me to show it to you, I'm more than happy to. If not, you know, hey, like I said, no water off my back, man. Just here to help best I can. Offer advice and, you know, go and tell if needed. All right. So that's taken care of. Let's go find these fox skulls. I need the fox and the mambas. Well, congrats on have you gotten all of your elite classes now? Well, not elite classes, but like did you you got your I know you were struggling on the AC the other day, but you said you got the Windwalker and the DB and now you got the V-Man. Were you able to get the AC now? After we talked about the cranium cooking thing? Nice. That's good though. That's really good. Because the V-Man in theory, I don't know if it helps the AC first like directly, but if you look at the AC talents, it's like increases the strength or potency of like statues, and there's a few other things that could indirectly give you more damage on your AC, and then or on your Bubo. And after we talked about the Bubo and everything, you remember how we talked about like the different talents, like booking them and like getting them stronger and getting his cooldown and stuff from his post office or whatever. All of that kind and like getting that tentacle eye up, all of that actually indirectly gives him not more direct damage, but it gives him more DPS because then his abilities go off more often and faster. So it actually increases his total DPS to make him a little bit more stronger. And then if you bring him down to the Tremor Worms, then maybe he'll do a little bit more damage to be able to like actually pump some stuff out, you know? This is done. The only other thing I could say is if you're like kind of borderline with being able to kill them, you know, quick enough, something you can do is a little more active is you can actually because what ends up happening is the delay with the auto attack can be a little slow sometimes. So right after he attacks, you just click again on like something else to like force him to attack again. It'll speed up his attacks a little bit, which will give you a little extra DPS, or move him to another platform when there's already an ability casted on that like platform. So you know the ability is going to kill everything. So you don't need to sit there and auto attack waiting for them to all die. So you can move from platform to platform. So as things are dying on other platforms, you're on another platform to already auto cast a skill kind of thing once the cooldown resets. So you could like manipulate it in that way to try and get a little extra oomph out of it. But like I said, that's a little try hard or a little bit more effort than you might want to be wanting to do, you know? All right, so let's put that away. All right, I'm gonna have to get more food. But like I said, I, I I talk more like try hard status in that situation. But if you just want to be super chill about it, like I said, just focus on leveling up those damage alchemy bubbles a little bit, and you'll be fine. You'll eventually hit it. You give him a slightly better weapon because I don't know what weapon he has. Um, and then buy the World 6 weapon stones. And just put World 6 weapon stones on it, and you won't have any problems. Like make him a brand like a upgrade to the next weapon, and then just put World 6 weapon stones on it, and then he should have pretty solid damage, even if you don't upgrade his gear. Oh, that should take care of the black mambas. All right, now we just need the foxes. They should be up here somewhere. Nice one. Okay, this is for the reflex tendons. All right, so we got that. All right, we need boars, ostrich, like last thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not that big a deal. Like I said, if you're just trying to like get it done sooner, you could try to, like I said, manually move him around a little bit more by like forcing him to move by just clicking after he attacks. If you want to just try and force it a little bit sooner than, being chill about it. That was the only recommendation I could really give. Because I do know I've had to do that on my AC when actually in my AC form. There's a few maps with the way the AC works that it actually forced me to have to do that, because if not, he sits there and he attacks on one platform and does no damage to the other platforms, but then there's too much damage on one platform and he doesn't get enough kills in the amount of time to push to the next portal because he spends too much time on one platform. So you got to like force him to move every like 2 or 3 attacks, or he doesn't blanket the screen enough and you just don't get enough kills in a certain period of time. It's kind of an annoyance. You'll probably run into that same problem when you actually get to being an AC, when you try and push it. I will say, Dig, it's probably not the best timing for you, but I would highly recommend that you try to get it in the next couple days. Like you said, you can get it in the next couple days. But the reason for it is the upcoming mediocrity from World 7. I don't know if you would, since you don't have World 7 unlocked, if you'll be able to take part in it. Do you think you'll be able to get to World 7 in the next 5 days? I'll explain it to you in a second of why after, you answer my question. All right, so foxes will be done. Those will be done. Okay, so I just need boars and ostrich. So where would I find some close boars? I mean, we could teleport here. Wait, it's not there. It's here. All right, there's boars up there. Okay, so we'll finish that and then we'll teleport down here. All right, let's. Yeah, there's boars up here. Okay, so we'll do 2 birds, 1 stone. Boom. All right. So So multi-mediocrity is just like World 2's ballot box dig. Yeah, 1,000 talent points. Hell yeah, that's huge. Um, the reason I bring it up is because all you have to do is get to World 7. So it basically means just get to the last, map in World 6 with at least one of your characters, obviously. But you need X amount to get that. I think you need 3 people to push all the way to the end. But we get this buff coming up next week, right here. So all of your master classes, so Windwalker, AC, and DB, they get 3 times the amount of bones, dust, and tachyons during that week, right? Actually, is that the right one? Hold on, let me double check. No, it's sorry, it's this one. This one. This is even. I would argue this one's better for you than the other one. Uh, Possibly. I don't know. This is one that everybody likes. So basically, when you have an AC, you have a DB, or you have a Windwalker. Whenever you're AFK combating for at least 1 hour, if it's 59 minutes, it doesn't count. So it has to be a full hour. You get a AFK stone. So I mean, you might be able to do it. I don't know how many kills per hour you're getting. We could probably try to push your kills per kills a little bit to try and push you a little bit further. But basically, when you're AFK for at least 1 hour, 2 hours is two, 3 hours is three, and so on. So for every hour you're AFK fighting, you get one AFK stone for your masterclass form. So what it allows you to do is you can be in your non-form, just farming maps like you are right now, and you gather these AFK stones so you can use them to generate the the bones, dust, and tachyons from the form, without having to actually do it. So you switch into the form, you go to a map, you set your character up, you click the bone or you click the dust or whatever, and it just gives you an hour's worth of it for whatever your AFK screen says. So this is going to give you 3 times more of them per hour. And this is why I was asking, because if you can get to World 7 for this is next week, so it starts in 5 days. So what I'm going to do 2 days out, 48 hours out, I'm going to set my guys up to be AFK. So when that 48-hour mark comes around, I'm going to get 48 times like 5 for each one of the characters that I claim it on. And then for every hour after that, I'll be able to be claiming 2 at a time or 5 at a time per hour all the way to the end of the week. So I can gather a ton of these stones. So when we get to this mediocrity, I can use all those AFK stones to juice my masterclass with very little effort. So that's why I was asking. Like I said, you don't have to. If you can't get to it, you can't get to it. I just was saying if you could try to force it on at least, because I don't think you need all 8 or 9 of your characters. I think you just need like 3 of them to be able to get to it. If you can get 3 of your characters to the end, just to unlock that last portal for your one character to kill the boss, you'll be more than, you know, you'll be able to get it done. Basically, is what I'm getting at. So if you can't, you can't. But if it's possible, if it's something that you think is feasible, I would definitely try to do it, because it'll give you a nice little like umph push for your master classes now that you just got them unlocked. It'll give you a lot of like extra like early starting points, kind of to get them off the ground a little bit faster. Because those classes, they take a lot to get up and running. What up, Topher? That obsidian? I know I need a bunch of obsidian. Grab that really quick over here. I can always grab it when I'm doing herb stuff, so I'm not really that worried about it, but I'll also grab it really quick before we go up into the ostrich. Ah. Uh, why'd you stay so late? Alright, so we don't need this. And we only need 1 stack of feathers. So we got, what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we just need 4s. 7 and 8. We can't do rhinos. We're not doing penguins. I don't even know where I can do a penguin that isn't currently locked. Deep fryers? Oh yeah, bro. I do not envy anybody that has to do that. But at least you clean them. That's better than a lot of places. All right, so that's done. So let's head to the road. On the road again. Can't wait to get on the road again. All right, we gotta figure out. Uh, we gotta figure out our herb situation next. Why do we buy all these lilies? Do we need lilies? What? Do we need lilies? Don't need this. Or this. Oh, we do need this. Okay, and petals. Okay, so let's grab these lilies while we're here. Not that lilies are hard to find, it's just there's a lot of them right here, so. Yeah, that works. Did you kill the bosses as well? The reason I ask is because I think I made a comment about this, but I didn't say it directly. Um, if you kill the boss, killing a boss counts as a portal open as well. Um, but for each tier you kill also counts as another portal. But you only have to kill the hardest difficulty boss to get all three of them to open. So if you would go to fight the boss and you just fight him on the third difficulty, you'll get 3 portal unlocks. Plus 12 portals. Yeah, it's crazy. So you don't have to fight all 3 like tiers. You only have to fight the hardest tier. Wait, does a slow way still work? Over? Yeah, it's very tedious. I heard that that was fixed like a long time ago. Like I'm talking like last year or something. It was I was told it was fixed. But I don't know how true that is, obviously. All right, so these are done. So I don't need to keep doing the lilies. But like I said, I don't know how true that is. I thought someone told me that they fixed it like quite a long time ago. But once again, I don't know how true that really is. Yeah, I mean, I know people that have literally spent hours doing it to unlock every single portal. Because they call it a slow run. And the gist of it, Dig, was like the Topher said, you you start your speed run, you punch a bunch of portals until you can't one punch them, and then you use the ability that one shots the screen, and then you log off, and then you wait the duration of the skill cooldown, and then you log back in. Like you click back onto the character. The problem is if you wait too long, the speed run will actually end because it's like I don't know what like not too long isn't like minutes. I'm talking like if the cooldown is like 20 seconds and you wait like 30 seconds, I've heard that it will time the speed run out because you've been logged out for too long or something like that. So you have to know the exact timing to like log back in almost. So it can be kind of tedious from what someone has told me when it was working. I just don't know if it still works. Because someone did say that it was fixed, but I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, did you pick up the statue one? The one that increases the potency of your statues? Or did you pick up the red circle that increases damage, like character damage? Because they both will give you damage. Oh, did the bottom right one, blood marrow. That is probably one of the most important ones. I think I told you already to make sure you book that one and level that one up as much as possible as well. I'm gonna give you so much cooking speed. It's like ridiculous how much cooking speed it gives you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, the warship and trap one are kind of just meh. Like, if you have extra points, sure. But I feel like they're just kind of meh. Like, overall, compared to the other ones. Yeah, bro, it went from like, oh, it was nice for a couple days, then cold, and then nice, and then cold, and then nice, and then freezing, and snow, and then nice, and then snow again, and then sleet and ice, and now it's raining. Like, make up your damn mind. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. All right, so getting close to the boars. I can actually just delete this one now because I don't need to look at it anymore. Move this one up now. All right, so need to pay attention to which ones we need to do. So the lily is done. Actually, is the lily actually done? It is. Okay, I didn't realize we had lily essence as well. Okay, so lily is done. We got pretty lucky on that. We need sweet root, it looks like. It looks like we have a desert one to deal with. We need a little bit of hemp. Let's see. So we need, yeah, we need sweet root for this. We need a little bit of basil, a little bit of hemp, basil, hemp, and then we did all three of these. So we need, yeah, a little bit of each of these. This one's the harder one. And then we need this again, this, and this. So I need 3 desert ones. Oh, so annoying. Okay. So grab some hemp over here. Like I said, the hemp is easy. It's just the basic hemp. A couple of these and hemp will be done. Right, hemp's done. Okay. We find some basil here. A little bit of this. That should be all we need for basil. Beetroot, if we see. Uh, yeah, I mean, fourth punch is worth it for the extra damage, but at the end of the day, it's like at least putting a 1 or 2 points into it still gives you good damage. Because it might not increase the damage of the fourth punch or whatever, but getting that extra punch is just extra damage. So, yeah, it's fine. Like I said, it basically boils down to, yeah, you just need to book the rest of them so you can get their levels higher now at this point. And that's like something we were talking about yesterday. It's like working on getting those your book levels higher. And if you, like I said, if you can really focus on getting those 1,000 book checkouts, that would really help. Because once you have the 1,000 book checkouts, and you already made the auto arm, right? If you can level up the auto arm a little bit in your construction, you can unlock the max book checkout, which basically what it allows you to do is it allows you to consume 20 books and give you a guaranteed max level book, which is really good for you. All right, good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So don't do the max book checkout thing until you have your 1,000 checkouts done. Once you have the 1,000 checkouts done, then you can start using that, and that will make it a lot easier for you to actually hit your. Obviously, it's guaranteed, but I mean, it takes time because you need 20 books. But once you get enough like checkout speed, that's like child's play. And then you can literally like a couple times a day, you could literally check out a max book for your character and just max book a bunch of his talents, and you can just do like I'm really lazy about that, but you can go around like doing it every day to like do your archer a couple times a day until all of his talents are booked, and then you can do your next archer, and then you can do your other guy and your other guy. And once everybody's booked, I mean the problem is what you run into is you start max booking your character, and then you get a increase to max levels, and then you got to rebook everybody again, and then you get another increase, and then you got to rebook everybody again. So that's why I just said fuck it, I'll do it one day. just I got pissed and I just stopped booking my characters, except for like the certain specific skills I will go and rebook because it's only like 25% of the skills, not all 100% of them. Like once my I could get to a 400 book, I'll rebook my tentacle eye, right? I'm not worried about rebooking my tentacle eye until then. But my damage ones, okay, yeah, sure. Damage ones make sense. All right. We're almost done with boars, but I think all right, there's a few more boars up here supposedly. Need a few more boars. Have you been saving your gems for anything specific, Dig? All right, boars are done. Wait. Now we just need to find. I think okay, so let's look. Okay, let's pull this up. All right, so we have, and have. And I'm pretty sure these four are desert. Then we just need the sweet. Don't know of a very. I don't know if we're in a good place for sweet corn right now. Typically find it out in the fields, like I said, near obsidians. It's just so hard to see it, especially like, even with the snow. It's like they're so short. Like I think that's. Yo, what up, Giggle? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I was just kind of curious because there are some things that like if you have most of your like primaries purchased, like the really important ones, if you have access, you can buy not as important things, but still will like help push you along kind of stuff. Like I was thinking like if your sailing is a little bit behind and you want to put some effort into it, you can buy some of the Davy Jones locker upgrades to speed up the sailing a little bit for you. You don't have to wait like 2 hours to check them. You can wait like 30 minutes to check them, or like an hour depending on how many you buy. It could speed it up a decent amount for you. This is called Quinfall Giggle, but I would say I would say almost more in line with like a BDO style, but it's like a hodgepodge of everything. Like it's like Throne and Liberty meshed with New World, meshed with BDO, meshed with like 7,000 other MMORPG games all in one. It's just it's like if you were a gamer and you played every MMO under the sun and you wanted to make a game that didn't lack in any, like it wasn't missing any content that you liked from other games. Because you know when you play an MMO, you're like, man, I wish this one had this. I wish this one had this. It's like you took everything you liked from every game you've ever played and you put it into one game. That's kind of like what this game is. The problem is their heavy focus is adding all the content that they want in the game instead of polishing the content that they're adding. So there's a lot of like unrefinements, a lot of like just really rough drafted kind of stuff that's tedious and uh very convoluted sometimes. It just doesn't need to be a thing. Yeah, if only Tover. You'd pay for that. You'd box price that any day. Let's go. All right, let's move these down. All right, so this is done. Okay. So we just need to go to the desert for the rest of those. We need to go town for both of those, and then we got decent amount of silver. 1, 2, 3. We got some copper. We got some iron. We got some obsidian. We just need a little bit of cobalt. All right, so let's go to the desert and finish this up. All right. So I'm thinking we teleport. I don't know. Okay, let's teleport here and just run west. Yeah, I think that's the problem, Dick. I was talking about this yesterday after you got off. Um, I would say its closest competitor would be BDO right now because the main focus the game has is PvP and professions, which is exactly what BDO is. There's like very little PvE, like dungeons, raids, or anything like that. So when it comes to like what the game has to actually offer, it's it's very PvP centric with a lot of professions. So the only game that is in that same exact niche is BDO, but BDO is 10 years in the process. So they have 10 years of content and polishing on them. So this game needs a couple of years probably of polish and quality of life and refinements before it can compete. Like it can already compete, but I mean like before it starts like actually pulling players from the other game. And what I mean by pulling players, and I'm not talking like small percentages. I'm not talking about 5-10%. I'm talking like before it's actually like a 50-50 like fight of like which game would you play? You put them side by side, they're like, oh well, they're both really good games. It's just a coin flip of which one you like more. I feel like in a couple years, that's where this game will be. But I just, as long as they keep the pedal to the floor and they actually put the effort in, they don't keep the pedal down and they don't keep the pressure on, they'll give up a lot of ground that they're making in it. All right, so we need this because they've come miles. Like the amount of work that they've put in the last year on this game is like a cup of water? Crazy. I'm doing pretty good, mate. How you doing today? Appreciate you stopping on in. Hope all is going well with you. All right, we're getting some sulfur. We don't need it right now, but I think we should pick it up because if we stockpile some, we won't have to go and get it every single time. Because it's the new ore we just unlocked yesterday. Need to try and get to Addy though. Addy's the next tier. Exhausted from work, yeah. That's the one nice thing I like about my job is like no matter how long I work or how busy it is or how hard it is, the worst that I ever get is maybe a mental exhaustion where it's like I've been using my brain power heavily for like 10 hours straight, but like physically, I'm fine because I'm just sitting at my computer, right? Got a new pristine charm, hell yeah, let's go. But the other good thing about this game, uh Giggle, if you're interested at all, was it's only $10. There's no membership. Well, there's no required membership, right? The memberships are more like buffs, like account buffs. So you can pay for like 30-day buffs for certain, different buffs and stuff like that. Uh But like I said, there's no like required things like RuneScape where you need to have a membership in order to access the game and stuff like that, like the whole game. That doesn't exist. And there's ways in game to farm premium currency, so you can purchase these buffs for free to play. You can purchase all like the account buffs and increasements and enhancements for free as well, as long as you put the effort into actually playing the game. So they've added a lot of like that kind of stuff, which is really nice. So it doesn't force people to actually have to spend their hard-earned money, but it does kind of put them into a position where they have to play the game, which is, in my opinion, perfectly acceptable. All right, the roses are done. We need more of the red plants, and then there was another plant we needed. Yeah, we got this one. Oh, is it the dream? Oh, I've been skipping the dream. Okay, fine. Here's the dream. I forgot the dream. We needed the dream. All right, there's more Addy over there. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go this way. Go the right direction. Yeah, because the goal is to get over here to try and explore like this edge that we missed. All right. We need to find these red plants more than anything. The dreams, we need these. Those shouldn't take too long to obtain. I just saw. I did. I thought I just saw cobalt. Almost falling asleep. Yeah, I mean, when you're bad, bro, when you put a lot of effort in, you drain yourself like that, and you put a lot of effort in. The second you relax, man, it's all she wrote, man. Your body's like, I'm out. See you guys later. I need to sleep. I remember those days when I used to do landscape irrigation, and some days are worse than others, obviously, but some days that shit could really just hit. I'd get home, I'd take a shower, I'd eat some food, and I'd sit down on my computer chair, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to bed. Just like, I'm out. See you guys later. I'm too tired. Yeah, I do not miss like manual labor. I don't miss it. Not even a little bit. What up, Jukus? How you doing, man? Oh, print output pristine charm. Nice. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Getting there. All right, so we're almost done with that flower. You guys got an interesting base. Down this way. Some interesting bases here. I like how this person put a fence around their thing. Kind of interesting, not gonna lie. Alright. Well, let's see where we are. Okay, so we have this. Now we just need to head up. I kind of want to just head over to here to get that done. Honestly. Maybe we'll just follow the river. It would take us out of the desert. But I think that's fine. Okay, so this hopefully will finish. And then we're just left with the red flower. Kind of hoping we'd get some more like sulfur and gold, but fine. All right, we did not get that one. Okay, so we need another one of those. All right. So let's see what we find. Red flower. And a Minecraft itch? Yo, dude, go play some Pixelmon, man. They got Cobblemon now, which is like the new form of Pixelmon. Go play Pokemon on Minecraft. Just go catch Pokemon in Minecraft. Kind of get 2 itches, you know? Get that double-sided scratch going. I had a lot of fun playing Pixelmon when I played it. I didn't play it for very long because they pissed me off, but it was actually a lot of fun. The one thing I didn't like about it was like it was more about breeding and trading other players than it was about actually going out and finding Pokemon or doing anything important. The dark bread? Oh no, Jukas, that sucks. Yeah, it came out a long time ago, and that's what I was saying. Is like they have a new iteration of it, so if it's you're kind of feeling both, like you can give it the new one a try. I think, like I said, I think the new version instead of being Pixelmon, because Pixelmon still exists, I think. I think the new one that's like a revamped version of it, server or whatever, is called Cobblemon, and a lot of people have been playing that. Like a lot of streamers and like people that I know have been playing that. They've been enjoying it. Um, Flowers. Just need a few more red ones. And we gotta get lucky on this damn Dreamflower. Dreamflower hasn't procced what we've been looking for this whole time. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go a little bit further. I'm gonna try and go and discover this little spot really quick. Yeah, I want to get close enough to like discover this little view. All the mons? That's actually hilarious. That one would be pretty cool. Because if you could like capture Pokemon while doing all the mods, because that would give you like some customization and creativity with your base and your storage and stuff. That'd be kind of nice. Almost done discovering this. Kind of sucks that I don't have all this yet. Or this little like tidbit. Eventually I gotta do this too. Yeah, I mean I can get that. I think the only caveat to that situation is if you're doing it with Pokemon, that your focus is Pokemon, so it gives you a focus point that you're focusing on just capturing Pokemon, building your base for the Pokemon, like breeding situations and stuff like that, and then you're expanding storage as needed for Pokemon. So it's all Pokemon related, like expansion. It's not Minecraft survivability expansions. I think that's like the one difference. All right, so we gotta head like south, back to the desert. Black Desert Island, yeah, BDO. I love BDO. I definitely like BDO more than I like this game, but with the caveat that the only reason why I like BDO more than this game is because BDO has had 10 years of progression and quality of life and refinements that over this game. Once this game gets a little bit more cook time, I think this game will 100% compete with it. It just needs time. I really like this game so far. It has a lot to offer. The combat is like different enough to definitely compete with BDO, but be very similar at the same time. So I don't know. I think this game has a great position to actually have like a pretty solid player base. Like I would say somewhere between 5 and 20,000 players would probably idle on this game in the next couple of years, if I had to guess. All right, one more proc of this. Still need one more proc at that. It's kind of annoying. Ugh. Okay, so we need a red flower. And we need the dream flower as well. Here's some dream flowers. I've never played BDO. I don't have 12,000 hours in that game. Alright, that's done. We can now move over to just the red flower and running directly east. Oh no! Lemon, calm down. Gotta calm them feathers. Alright, give me this last little thing. Alright. So this should now be done. And I think this is now done. So I think we're good to go back. We'll be needing to take a food break in a little bit here, guys. Got up at 11, so I haven't eaten yet. Alrighty then, token time. Okay. And animals and farming will be next. And then we'll do the trees last. We just gotta check our breeding and replace them back in. I need to figure out what to do with extra horses. Like, what do I do with the females that can't breed anymore? What do I do with males if I have too many of them? It's like, do I just destroy them? Alright, that takes care of all that. Okay, so now let's go toss all this extra into the bank. Okay, and then zebra can go in, sulfur can go in. The rest of this is fine. Alright, move this up for now. Alright, let us go and do our farming. I need to do my town boards more too. Because, oh wait, I can actually grab one. There's one I should grab every single day. And it's, playtime. And it's not like a town board per se. It's, a help one. Yeah. Feed 20 times. Should get that so I can get a medallion. This one, like, this stuff doesn't give much XP or anything. It's just about the rewards, right? Yeah, this one for the repair parts. We should be doing that every day. We should be doing that every day. And technically we could just do this every day, but I'm not really that worried about it. These, I don't know what these are for. So yeah, we should at least be doing those every day, and then we could check for these. Like this one for sure, right? Because when we go cut trees, we can get this. I don't want to like take away from like this. This wouldn't be a big deal. This wouldn't have been a big deal. Like this one we can actually pick up. Oh wait, I just put those away. Whatever. I'll just grab 10 of them out of the bank. Not a big deal. Those ones we get a ton of, so. Yeah, so we'll just grab 10 of those out of the bank. I'll grab one of these. Alright, so let's grab one hemp seed, if there's any in here. I hope there is. And 10 of... Alright. I'll take care of those, and then we'll, well, the hemp seed worked. And the other one worked when I pulled them out. Okay, so... that should have fixed... I think all those actually completed right away. Alright. So let's take care of that. Okay, so we do need more pet food. I don't really want to buy it though. Because we can just make it with worms. No bleeding? Alright, that's good. Yeah, I was like, bro, Lemon, you need to calm them feathers. You need to be chillaxing. Chill out. Holy cow. Come on, bird. Uh, what? Wool. Wait. Interesting. Didn't realize I can get milk from goats. Interesting. I mean, I know there's goat milk, but I didn't realize that they would do that in this game. I guess it kind of makes sense. It's just weird. Why would you have goats and cows at that point? you harvest lard from a pig without killing it? I'm kind of curious on that. All right, let's see what we're looking like. Why can't I? That's weird. The other one's. Oh, that worked. Okay. So lifetime is they only went down 10 since yesterday. Their sated went down 30. Maturity is pretty high. So it looks like we have one more day before we murder these things. Right, so that's done. Got some stuff. Um, we only got 15. We didn't get much though. We need a lot more. Okay, so I think we're gonna need a whole lot more of those. We're gonna try and participate in that. Where's um where's my hello? Where's all my where's all my crops? Bro. Where's all my crops? Object quantity 0. I'm confused. We planted a whole thing of crops yesterday. Where are they? Huh? What? There's nothing here. Huh? Super confused. I planted like 100 something crops yesterday. There's not a single one. It does, but I'm always on channel 2. And you saw my pigs and cows were there. And I did the pigs and cows right after I did the herbs. So I know the herbs and the plants and stuff don't last as long as the cows do, but everybody says that they should last like 20 hours, but they're just gone. Huh? All right, hold on. This dog is pissing me off. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm gonna pee really quick. I don't know what's wrong with this farming thing. It's kind of annoying me. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Got the way, cat. Hold on. Wife's calling me. All right, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I got food. I was annoyed. The dog wanted out, so being a little hangry and like, you know what? I'll just grab food while the dog's going outside. And then I had to pee, and then the wife called. So we're back. Ugh. Oh, I don't understand. It says farmer requires profession class cultivate seeds, gathering, blah blah blah. In order for crops to be more productive, farmers must regularly maintain the fields and apply specific farming methods so the professions fulfill their needs. Da 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 da. So you get the seeds, you collect them in each biome. Da da da. So long story short, you plant them, you wait for the time, and you harvest them. And they said they had like 6 hours when I logged off last night, which, you know, that's a long time ago. It's like 15 hours ago, you know. I got off at like 5, so it would have put them done around 10 to noon, and it's 12 hours later. Like, they shouldn't have died. And even if they died, I'm pretty sure I should have had like dead crops to be able to harvest. I wonder if the winter is what killed it. like they died sooner and then they just went poof because of winter. The only thing I could think of, because like the time until next season is 10 hours and it goes to summer. I'm kind of pissed about that. Not gonna lie, that doesn't. I'm not. No, we'll do one more plant session and we'll see how that goes. But that's pretty fucking frustrating. This is already tedious enough to plant these things, and they're just gonna fucking go poof because I was offline for 1 extra hour or 2 extra hours. Like that's not reasonable. You can't expect people to be on your game every like they can't be checking their game every 8 hours. Like people have to sleep, people have to work, people have lives that they have to do. You can't just be like forcing them to be like, all right, you got to be on my game every 6 hours to check your herbs and your farms. You can't let them expire. They expire, they just go poof right away. That you don't have any leeway time. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I think he said I need a lot of sugar beets. So I might do extra in the small farm plot. I think that's what's used for the beehives. Yeah, so the problem is I think I need a lot more animals. Because if I claim them once a day and they don't give me that much, and I need enough to be able to turn into the guy every day, I think I need a handful more animales. Like we could probably squeeze a bunch of chickens in to this pen next to the row of like next to the last row. We could probably squeeze a bunch of chickens in. Yeah, I think we can squeeze some chickens or goats or something small like sheep, goats. I don't think we can fit cows. Maybe pigs, but I think pigs are too long. I'm thinking something like small to medium size can fit along this fence line. Right here on this fence line. I know chickens will fit, but I'm wondering if like we just do a whole lot of chickens so we get a bunch of feathers and eggs. All right. Because the thing I'm curious on, let's cancel this. We got 15 milk, right? We got 9 lard, 9 of this, 7 eggs, and 15 wool. Because the problem is like we got wool from sheep, but we also got wool from goats. So we had 10. We ended up with 15. So what I'm thinking is these give 1 wool, 1 milk, and these give 2 wool. And then we ended up with 15 milk, which I think is the same philosophy. Cows give 2, goats give 1. So I think we did just goats, we would have ended up with the same amount. We would have had 15 goats, which would give us 15 milk and 15 wool. But I think 15 goats would take up less room than the cows. I mean, it's kind of a toss up. I'd have to test it because the cows are bigger, but the sheep are smaller. But if we put 15 in, that would be equal. And then the lard is the lard, and the chickens are the chickens. It's weird that 5 chickens gave us 7 eggs because we got a double proc and then 9 feathers. Almost a double proc per. And then lard almost was double proc per as well. But chickens, we can definitely put a whole bunch of chickens along here. And then we could save the chicken room from this. And maybe we can put a bunch of pigs here. Or we could fill this with chickens because it's small. And then put a whole ton of pigs. Nah, pigs won't fit. Maybe goats. Goats would be hard though. I think goats wouldn't fit right here, I don't think. But if we filled this with goats, and then we use the extra space in here for pigs. I don't know. I'm just torn on how we want to get that done. Because we need extra every day to build up a supply. So I'm kind of pissed about this farming thing. Like, I feel like even if the water ran out, it would have killed the plant. But I should have been able to harvest the plant even in dead form. I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind there being a limit to them, Topher, right? Like, the plant lasts for 48 hours before it goes poof. I don't have a problem with that, right? Because what it does is it prevents people from planting like a ridiculous amount of stuff and then coming back like a year later and be like, oh, look at all the stuff I have, right? It kind of forces people to play the game, which is fine. But in a game like this, you can buy farming plots at every single city. So you can buy farming plots at the Meadow, this one, this one, this one, this one. You know, every single city in the game you can buy farming plots at. So if you didn't put a limitation on how long they could last, they literally could run around and plant at every single one of them and then eventually circle back and start gathering everything. By the time they gathered everything, they'd have to replant everything and it'd be a big cycle instead of giving them a somewhat of a bottleneck, right? And then on top of that, you can also plant at your houses and your guild houses. So if you were planting at every single city and you had multiple bases and multiple guild, guild halls and stuff, I don't know if you can have more than one guild hall, but I know you can make more than one personal house. Um, where would that be? I don't remember where that is, but I'm pretty sure you can buy more than one. Like house plot? Snacks? Yeah, fun. Food, man. I need to eat. I'm hangry. This farming thing pissed me off. That 100% should have been something I should have been able to farm when I got online. Oh, burger? Oh man, this one's so good. Put a little bit of pepper jack on it. Love me some pepper jack, man. Alright, so we're not gonna deal with this today. But the issue we have is they last a couple days. But I have to catch them every couple days anyway. So tomorrow we'll kill them. And then we'll go and capture more stuff, but we'll have to capture more than we did this time. The problem is I think they're in batches of 16, right? So if it's in a batch of 16, when I farm from them, I need at least 16, right? So if I only get one batch of lard, I only need 16, but if I get 2 or 3 batches of lard, I need 16 times 3, right? Same thing with the chicken eggs, or the wool, or whatever. Obviously, we'll have to play catch up on the meats eventually, but yeah, I don't even know how to do the manure part. It didn't give me an option for the manure. So, like I said, I only got 15, so if I would have had one extra, I'd at least been able to turn in one of these today. So, kind of a little frustrating. Because at this point, I'm getting 15 milk and 15 leather a day. Trying to think of what I should shoot for. Because 32, that's a lot of goats. To be able to get 32 milk and 32 wool. So I'm just trying to eat really quick while I'm thinking. Because my thought process is I'm not gonna get one of these isn't gonna pop up every day, right? I'm not gonna get lard every day. I'm not gonna get chickens every day. Right. So I'm thinking that I probably don't need a ridiculous amount of everything. But I'm also thinking it might be on average like maybe 10 a day. But that's why I'm thinking if I was able to do 32 milk and wool every day, I'll have more than enough. And then if I, end up with too much of an abundance, I can, tame down the goats a little bit. Um, but like I don't think I need 32 chickens, right? Because we get we get more than one egg on average per chicken. So we have 5 chickens, we almost got 10 eggs. Or we got 7 eggs. So I would say we could probably make do because I think having enough for like 2 procs a day would be more than enough to build up a stockpile. Or both. Jesus. That sucks. Yeah, so earlier today we had some thunder and stuff. It was is pretty intense. I'm trying to think efficiently wise. Like I said, we don't need to get cows and we don't need to get sheep. Right? Technically, we can avoid those two. So we can stick with goats, pigs, and chickens. Um, Pigs take up a lot of room and they do lard, but they almost give us 2 lard per, which is kind of nice. So we only need like 16 pigs, which 16 pigs is kind of large, like a lot of space. Um, and then I would say you probably need closer to 20 chickens and 32 goats, just so we can maintain the tokens per day, the daily tokens. And I mean, eventually, like I said, we can cut that back a bit. Oh, but we do need cows and sheep because we have to kill them. Crap. Okay. Uh, so what does that mean? I guess we need 16. I guess maybe we can just make do with 16 of all. Like, I feel like we'd have to. Like, we need to do like 16 of every pet and try and cram them in there. We might have to put them on our house plot. I think that's our best bet. Is 16 of each on our house plot, and just do farming here, or we do farming at our house plot and we just do 16 of each here. All right, anyway, let's go do this wood chopping really quick. I know. The husbandry thing is fine. It's just figuring out like how many of each animal we need to invest into um every couple days. Not that hard. The husbandry is actually really easy. The farming can suck it. I'm kind of pissed about the farming. Oh, I just heard some thunder. I think one of the main reasons I'm pissed about the farming thing is like we would have been able to turn in all those farming tokens, but we also would have got a bunch of um worms to be able to make some more foods. Now, I just realized that one of the missions I picked up is called Defense Against Aliens. Was not expecting it to say that. Oh yeah, we gotta check our horses after this too. Yo, Tover, do you got a second while you're eating to maybe Google why my plants went poof after like 12 hours? There's not a lot of information on this game, so you might not be able to find it. Mega Flesh 8, huge, we're almost there. Let's go. How many people are actually like at the end of the Mega Fleshes? Like, there are people that are actually have like gotten into the end. Legit players, I should say. If you can't find anything, Topher, or you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just kind of curious. Because there's not, like I said, there's not a lot of information to find. Like I said, if you just don't feel like doing it, it's also fine. Oh, they did get to the end? Interesting. That's a lot of effort, man. Bro, Mega Flesh is actually dreadful. Like the feathers, pretty easy. The Rue, not as easy, but still pretty easy. But the fucking flesh one sucks. That one's actually kind of shit. Yep. Like that wasn't a thing for the longest time. Like people coming in now have a much easier time. I mean, that could be said about a lot of things though. Like, yes, the people that have been playing the game since the start have an advantage because, you know, they're further along and they have everything done. But there's so many catch-up mechanics being added every patch, every update, that it like allows you guys to catch up pretty easily. Like you guys can burn through the same content in like half the time these people were able to do it because now there's so many boosts to it. Well, I mean, the 2 hours doesn't make any sense because looking at my plants right now, it says 6 to 8 hours for them to grow. The water thing I can understand. They can die when the water hits 0, which, okay, I can get that. My question is, when it says die, does that mean it completely goes away and goes poof, gone, completion? You know, there's nothing to be had, or does that mean it goes into like a dead state where I could still farm it and get like like I can get like worms from it or seeds or something? Like that's what, like I said, there's not a lot of information on it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Because the guy I talked to yesterday in chat, don't know if he was obviously telling the truth or not, but he said he was like rank 56 in farming. He has 40,000 plants gathered, and he said that you can wait like a day to claim them. Like they won't die within a day. He's never had a problem. But at the same time, like, how often is he playing? Is he logging in every 8 hours and checking them? He's logging in every 10 hours. Does he wait? You know what I mean? Like I did. Like, did he plant him right before he went to sleep and then not come on for 12 hours? Or did he plant him at the beginning and then play for 8 hours and then not come on for another 12 hours? So it was like 20 hours. Like, I don't know his method. So I don't know if, like, I don't know. I want to see something. 67. Okay, that's interesting. So something I just realized over is yesterday I had a fishing rod that was purple. And you remember how I made a comment the other day, like whenever I chopped a tree, it would take like 3 durability. Time I harvested something, it was like 3 durability. And like fishing was the same way and everything. Well, my purple fishing rod was only taking 1 durability every time I fished something. And then I have this purple axe right now, and the axe is only using 2 durability. Like the purple axe is only using 2 durability instead of 3. So kind of interesting. Oh, that's from the leaderboard? Oh, nice. Okay. Doomfish, let's go! There's no buffs on the tools, though. That's the weird part. Like, if you look at the tool, it literally just has gathering speed, valuable resources, and it gives, like, a number, and then profession level, and then that's it. And it just has a durability of blank out of blank. You know, blank out of 1,000, like all of them do. It has a grade, which is the grade is what determines the gathering speed and the valuable resource and stuff. That's it. Well, there's no like enchantments. There's no extra buffs or benefits on them. I don't know. I wonder if it's just like a hidden stat that if your tool is over a certain grade, quote unquote, that the durability consumption is less. I mean, that's the only thing I can think. It says you can, but you can't. Ooh, you locked a thing. Ooh. Nice. Oh yeah, I did a bunch of my nightmare bubbles yesterday. I think I did like 4 or 5 of them. Oh, yeah, I did that yesterday. That was easy. I just went to my mining dude and I just spammed the first box over and over and over again. And if I hit a number, I just click attack. And if I didn't hit a number, I just kept, you know what I mean? Just kept clicking the first box and fight. First box, fight. First box, fight. Until I hit 5 bombs. Oh, okay, Topher. If you get the wiggle effect, click it again. It actually works. That's how I cleared mine. That's how I cleared mine. I don't know what to tell you. I have 5 HP points, and in my first run of doing it, I cleared it. I don't know what to tell you because I wasn't like clicking once and waiting. I was literally like click 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 click, right, and it would just like wiggle and then instant like hit the bomb right after. I don't know if I was clicking it so fast that it counted as a first time click. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I just know I was so tired of waiting for the animation to let me click on the box. I was spam clicking the box. And after I finally died, because I had 5 HP, technically 6 because of the shield, but I just, like I said, by the time I finished that first run through, I went back to the nightmare thing and it was done. I was like, all right, cool. I don't need to fuck with that anymore. Yeah, I figured I need to finish one of the regular equinoxes, which is getting the ruby cards. So I'm having my V-Man go around and finish up like a bunch of the profession cards because I never did the oak print, the oak, the birch, the copper, iron, gold. I haven't done any of the resource ones because once I got a print for them, I never went back and manually farm. So I'm gonna have him go around and get as many of the ruby cards as I can. I'm also gonna have him do some of the combat ones, and then I'm gonna get that one out of the way. I'm also gonna get him to level 1,000 so I can get that nightmare one out of the way, and then we'll try and work on some of the other ones. One level on what, dude? Oh, on your Bola guy? Yeah, that's gonna be fucking hard. I haven't even sat down to think about that one. Yeah, all of mine are blue. They're all 4 stars, and that's why I was like, you know what? I'll sit him down, like, because I'm currently just letting him AFK in town. He hasn't done anything in weeks. He's literally just been sitting in World 5 town, just chilling. Actually, in Sushi, he was in World 7 for a while too. Just doing AFK hours because I have no willpower to do anything with him. Oh, did you not have an extra talent point to put in on your research table? I had 3 research points when I logged in. I don't know how, but I had 3. I was able to pick that up and 2 other things. Alright, so we have more than enough. We'll go back. We'll turn this in. Ugh. That'll be all of our tokens for the day. I'm actually, like, seriously pissed about the farming. If this breaks again tomorrow, I'm gonna be super pissed. Because what it means is I either have to plant them right before I get off, or I have to plant them at the very start of my stream and then claim them at the end of my stream. And the problem is that some of them are 7 to 8 hours, and then other ones are 5 to 6 hours. So I can only do certain plants at that point. And that would make things really fucking tedious. Like, all right, these ones I have to plant at the beginning of my stream, and then I claim those, and then I plant the other ones. So when I come back to the computer, you know what I mean? Like, that would, I mean, now don't get me wrong, I could make that work because, like, today is today my last stream day? Yeah, today is my last stream day, right? Is it? No, I stream tonight. So tomorrow night, like tonight, whatever. Right. So when I stream tomorrow, um, when I log off, I could plant a whole bunch of plants, and I'll log in early because I work that night, and I'll be able to check them earlier than I normally would. Like, that's the only way I'd be able to make it work. Bro, I don't know what's wrong with me, Tover. I thought it was like still before midnight. I was like, oh, it's Sunday, so that means it's about to be Monday, which means today is my last stream. Yes, I thought today was about to be Monday. That's my bad. All right. So it's like looking at these guys, right? I have about 6 hours before I can claim from them again, right? Uh, this guy has, yeah, it says manure remaining. Like, how do I claim the manure? Oh, okay. We need this. Okay, that works. I was like, why does their butts look weird? All right. And they gave us 16 minutes, so we can at least turn one of those in today. These are gone again. Oh, that'd be fucking boost. All right, but if you look at these, see how this is like 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 7.5 hours. So like potatoes take a lot longer. And I think it's because they're in the wrong biome. 6 hours, 6 hours, 6. And then carrots are in the wrong biome, I think. Pumpkin's wrong biome, and then rice. So in theory, we could plant these in the desert, but it requires us to like do multiple teleports at that point. And then everything else can be planted here. And then we could have animals in 2 different places. I don't know, that's just a lot of fucking work. Yeah, I don't know what this countdown is. I saw it yesterday. It's like it's at 7. I'm like, what are we talking about? Confused, bro. I was so lost. I was actually like legit lost. Oh, like what the fuck was going on? Um. All right, so I think it's time to just start grinding like we normally do. All right. So let's go to base. I think we need to make some pickaxes. Let's turn in this manure really quick over here. Get off, fuck horse. Christ. Alrighty then. Let's go to base. Yo, character 11 will be fire. What would I make though? That's the real question. I'm tempted to make another Windwalker, low key, but I don't think that's a good idea. Right? Because I got two Blood Berserkers. I got two Divine Knights. I got two ESs. Technically, I could do two ACs for extra stones, but I still feel like that's kind of meh, right? Same thing with the Windwalker. I'm kind of like meh on two Windwalkers. But like, I could do a second Siege Breaker, but that still seems meh. Don't need another V-Man. That just seems weird. Like, what does that leave me with? Because I have all the warriors. I shouldn't need any more warriors going forward. I don't think I need any more mages going forward unless for some apparent reason I would want a second AC. The man with 10 V-Mans. He's gonna, you mean the man with 11 V-Mans? I think that, like, because the only class I don't have a multiple of is the archers, right? And we already have the Windwalker, and he's there. But once we get the Siegebreaker, they're going to be done differently than the original master classes. So I don't know if they're going to have the AFK stones. So I don't know if it's going to be worth having two Siegebreakers for the elite class coming out, or master class. But I also don't think another Siegebreaker, I mean, another V-Man is necessary at all. Like, do you think, I mean, you tell me your thoughts, but do you think it's worth an extra V-Man? Like, what do you think 11th character should be? I know you have Siegebreakers. You have 3? I thought you only had 2. Oh, bro. You need to do one of those class swaps. At least get 2 and 2. You should at least have 2 and 2. You should have the most Gmush kills of all time. With 3 Siegebreakers. Why what? Why have 2 and 2? I mean, even Lava said there's no need to have more than 2. Like, that's the only way you can like do it wrong is having more than 2. Like, there's just no reason to have more than 2 of them. I mean, you have a decent amount of kills. I just don't think you're in the top, right? I think other people definitely have more than you. I just feel like if you have that many Siegebreakers, because Siegebreakers were like the GOAT when it comes to Gmush kills, weren't they? For the longest time. I don't know if they still are. I feel like you just stick all 3 of them on. I will say, having that many archers would make your anvil production thing, like, or your forge, go fucking burr. Like, absolute fucking burr. Oh, is it DB? Nice, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure with the changes. But we'll see when Siegebreaker gets its masterclass, it might reign supreme again. So we're gonna work our way back to base. We're just gonna be farming ores again. Like I said, I gotta get my ores to 76 so I can do all the ores in the game. Once that is maxed, we'll finish off our hunter. And then I think everything will be, I'll be able to get everything in the game for all those professions. Like I'll be able to, woodcutting won't be a thing, mining won't be a thing, harvesting is already good, fishing is good, and then hunting would be the last one, and then we can get all the resources in the game, at least. I gotta figure out how to get gems though. I haven't figured out how to get like rubies and things like that. I wonder if that's from like the essence of. Well, that's what we wanted to do today. So we're gonna work our way back to base. I need to make some more tools. At least for mining. If I'm gonna be doing mining today, I need to make a couple pickaxes. Probably a couple more. No, I think I'll make a couple more fishing poles. Let's say maybe a couple more fishing poles for tonight as well. But a couple tools, and then I need to make those new benches. So I can tinker with those too. It says MM. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, but that's what I was saying. The next class will be different. I just don't know what that means, right? Is it going to be different as in like they're not going to gain the AFK stones, or is it different as in they don't switch into a new form? Like different is very vague. So we don't know exactly what he means by different. And that's what I was saying. We don't know if like having more than one of them will be worth it or not worth it. I mean, it's like going from Q to QQ. It's like, you know what I mean? Or triple Q. Like it's not like a quadrillion quadrillions, right? Which is like a ridiculous number. It's quintillion, right? Or whatever the triple Q is. I don't know what triple Q is. Yeah, so you have like almost 6 trillion. Pretty solid. I don't know what mine is. Will it show me on Toolbox? I don't think mine's very high. Uh, yeah, 160 bill. That's not much. I hardly ever G much. I literally like never G much. I need to finish off World 7 stuff. Like getting my Eclipse goals. And then one of these days, guys, one of these days, I'll work on my mini bosses. Let's not talk about that. Oh my god. I always forget about mini bosses. That's, whew. Oh, if you guys remind me, I will do some Eidolon at the end of the stream. I haven't done my haul in quite a while. So we have Memory Match, we have Justice, which mate, if you want to help us with Justice, you can. And so if you want to remind me like at 4 o'clock for last hour of stream, we can pull it up so you can have time to help me with that Justice. If you want. It's up to you. Depending on how you're feeling, if you're too tired or whatever. 6 till, yeah. Why is it QQ, like triple Q if it's sextillion? Like, why don't we just call it sex? I mean, that's just a better way of saying it. Everybody would prefer it that way. Yeah, I mean, I need to do that, Tover, but the only reason I haven't is because I'm using all of my characters to push different things. Like, I'm pushing all the portals in World 7 still on a lot of my characters. Some of my characters are done pushing portals, but now they're leveling up their spelunking. And I think leveling up my spelunking is pretty important. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff I haven't backtracked to catch up on because there's stuff I still need to get done that is still coming out because I don't actively play the game enough to catch up before new mechanics come out, basically. Not me, I'm innocent. No. Well, I mean, so typically, I'm not gonna lie, mate. I'm pretty lazy with my justice, and I just accept everything unless I can. Literally, I just hit the accept button on every single thing, except for the death guy when I don't have enough money for it. And it doesn't do too terrible. I'm honestly shocked. The only time that it kind of cucks me is sometimes I think I accept something that doesn't allow me to use dismissals. So I can't use my dismissals on death. And it kind of cucks me sometimes. I don't know which one I'm accepting that's doing that. But it tends to work out pretty well. I get up to like 100 cases, and I usually get somewhere between 20 and 40 boxes. And I literally just hit accept on every single thing. Oh yeah, I accept all these nuts. The bag? Interesting. Which bag? Trying to remember back. So I remember the nachos. I don't remember a bag. I'm trying to remember like which one the bag is. Are you talking about the? No, that's slug. What's the bag? Yo, Chris, how's the gaming grinding going? What you been up to? What you been grinding? I don't remember what the bag is. Oh, that bag. Okay, I got you. Got you. Yeah, the brown sack. Okay, yeah. I always accept to that just because, like I said, I don't feel like reading. Okay, so I shouldn't accept that one. Should I decline that one instead, just so I don't get that negative effect? Maybe that would help a little bit more. It's just really nice getting that money. For some reason, like, besides the fact that I just hate reading, like the money's always nice too. Oh, I don't know if I picked that up. I might have picked that up. I don't remember if I picked that up. Yeah, I've killed myself with accepting some of them. Like I said, I don't read. I just literally just spam accept. And I've actually ended my run a smidgen early because I've accepted something that took took my last health point. I've had that happen a few times. But like I hate justice so much. That's just the simplest way I can get through it without like hating my life. Yeah, I remember you had like IRL stuff you were dealing with. Is that at least like getting ironed out? Remember you had like a double-edged sword where you were like relieved but you know also like stressed about it or whatever. So hopefully that's like working its way, you know, getting ironed out. All right, we hit 52. That's pretty solid. Um, we need to hit at least 62 soon so we can at least do the next four. We still got a lot more to go to get to Mithril. Justice just sucks, bro. Like, it's way too much fucking reading. Like, at least with the bravery one, it's just ooh, big number, right? Like it's so easy. You don't have to really think about it. I actually don't hate that one. Memory match one is a little stressful just because it's timed and not timed as in like you got a decent amount of time. I mean like timed as in like you have very little time to like do much of anything. You just kind of spam clicking almost. And it's like it's not that it's hard. It's just when you have like 40 things on your board and you're trying to memorize all of them and you have a set amount of moves, it's annoying. Like I would rather instead of there being a set amount of moves, be a set amount of time. So it's about speed clicking and remembering them that way rather than getting them in a X amount of clicks kind of thing. It's because like the X amount of clicks just adds an extra level of just stress and annoyance that just doesn't need to be there. It's annoying as hell. I mean, I don't mind doing bravery, but the other ones, like, I don't mind doing the memory match. If I fuck it up, I fuck it up. It's not that big a deal. But it's the justice. It takes so long if you actually read it and have to memorize which ones are the good ones and the bad ones. And I'm good, man. I'm fucking good. I'll just spam yes and hope for the best. Like that's the thing. The memory match one, it's easy. It does get more difficult when you have like 40 things on your board. Like your whole board is almost full. Trying to memorize them is a little much because you get like 5 seconds on the first like line that goes across your board. You're like, okay, I got to memorize 15 of these in 5 seconds. Okay. And then you like click on a couple other things, and then another bunch of them pop up. You're like, okay, now I got to memorize these 15. And it's like, oh, does any of them match? Do I memorize? Did any of the ones that I remember? Oh, was it this one or was it this? It's just, once again, small brain syndrome over here. A little too much for me. I just don't want to put that much effort in, honestly. Your POW? No, I didn't. Yeah, that's what I would love, Chris. Like maybe in the research, just give us that like unlock where it gives you the ability to just, obtain last reward, right? Like, or obtain like best, you know, whatchamacallit. So if your best run through was, you know, 50 things, okay, just give me the reward for 50 things. If my best reward was, 100 cases with 25 boxes, right? Give me the reward for the 25 boxes at 100 cases. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would like. Because then I just could go there and click claim reward instead of having to redo the content. Because then it would just mean you have to do one good solid playthrough. You get one really good like run, you can just keep claiming it and you don't have to keep stressing out about it every couple weeks or whatever. The only downside to that is it would also have to account for how many AFK percent, like how many days you had gone before doing it. Because if you were just to claim the duration of like the playthrough, right? So like 100 cases with like 50 boxes, right? You had one of those. If you did that on like a regular, just you did it every day, right? Or whatever it was, until you got a really good one, you were getting very little increasements in levels on the boxes because you haven't been away for very long. But if you were to wait like a month after having your best result and then claim it that way, you'd be able to cheese the system a little bit. I feel like if you were to put that system into place, the result would have to factor in the percentage as well. So at that point, you would have to wait a month to do a playthrough, to hope that you get a really good playthrough. And if you don't, then you have to wait another month, right? Until you have to basically wait like 1 or 2 months in between plays to try and get a good playthrough with a high percentage. That would make it worth it in my opinion, because it would be tedious and annoying to get a really good playthrough with a really good like AFK percentage. 11 triple Q with level 30 across the board. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. I think I'm getting close to double Q. Alright, so let's... Okay, we'll just get more. We'll just get more. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, and then we'll toss this in. Alright. What was I doing again? I kind of forgot. Okay, I needed more tools. I'd like to start making these ones. But we have the fishing poles. But I need to make a couple pickaxes. But we need to do bronze to do that. It's fine. We can just do simples. I just need a couple of them. So where is our processed lumber? That's a lot. Okay. And then let's go get some stone. So my question is, if you don't have a pickaxe and you don't have any stone, how do they expect you to be able to make a pickaxe again? Right? without having to trade somebody, obviously. I'm curious though, because I don't think there's just random rocks you can pick up off the ground, is there? I want to pick up a little extra rock because I want to put some into the base. Well, last I remember, it was a while ago, you were testing out different weapons at Town while leveling to 50. That's the last thing I remember you were doing, but couldn't tell you. All right, so let's make like 2 pickaxes for now. And that's what I'm saying, Chris. Like right now, I like the only way I'm getting pickaxes because I've already done the quests as um obviously crafting them. But let's say I was like out doing a pickaxe farm and I didn't have any excess stone laying around or whatever, and I just ran out. Right? I ran out of stone. I ran out of pickaxes. How would I be able to even get another pickaxe? To even gather stone without trading somebody? Like obviously, most people would just trade for it. They just buy it from another player. Like no brainer, right? Most people aren't dumb like me. All right. All right. So the only thing we're missing is. Oh, that's pretty solid. We're gonna put all this away now, but that's looking good. That and do we? I think we just. I think we're just gonna dump fish in here for now. Just for now. And we'll deal with those later. I need to put horse medallions. And uh, let us process these. And then we don't have. Oh, we do have this. We don't need that. Okay, we'll deal with that later. We'll do charcoal later. What else we got? This away. This away. Alright, we'll deal with the wood and stuff later. I think we're back on track. Oh yeah, you just reminded me. So I got another male. Sad face. We got a male. Sad face. We got a female. Let's go. Okay. Alrighty then. So let's. And I'm gonna put this one. This one. That. I need to go get my things again. I need to go farm some more of these at some point too. All right, so this one and this one. Start that breeding again. And then all right, so what else we need? So we need another male, it looks like, right? Because I think I have a female. All right, so we can do this guy. So these two can go together. And then I do have an extra female still. Extra male I don't need yet. Till I get to more blues. We can just chill. All right. Yeah, we're starting to get into breeding. Started doing other stuff. Oh, because you oh, that reminds me, I could just use this to ride on, right? You're right. 'Cause this is my current horse. He's got normal speed of 58, but he's level 26. This guy's 49, so he's like 8.5 speed behind. But all the other stats are better, except for his automatic run speed. And I can level him up. I could run this guy for a while. You think I do that? I think I do that. This is a male. I don't really need another. We're just gonna run this guy, I think. How do I put him on top though? So, how does it know which horse I want to summon? Is it whatever horse is on top? I guess it's the last one you summoned. Okay. So let us pull that off. Oh, he's actually only 50.4. This versus 49.5. Okay. Because I forgot about this stuff. So much faster horse. Alright. That works. I would like to move him to the top though. I have to pull everything out and put him and like leave him in. But it's fine. We'll just leave it like this for now. Let's go. I don't know if he feels faster or not. He already leveled once. Yeah, I did. That's where I noticed that the speed difference wasn't much. Because the blue horse was 49.5 and my other horse at level 26 was saying it was like 57, right? But when I took the stirrups and the saddle and everything, he went down to 50. So I was like, oh shit, so they're basically the same speed with nothing on. So it was basically the same speed as my other horse. And this one was level 1 versus the other one being level 26. So what? I think I've seen this. It looks cool though. Local co-op. Okay, that's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. I like the other one where it's like, have you had your ADHD diagnosis yet? I honestly think I have it because I have the same problem. I can drink like a lot of caffeine and stuff, and it doesn't like put me to sleep, but I don't have any problems going to sleep. Like I literally can easily just fall asleep after as much caffeine as I want, and it doesn't really wake me up. The caffeine doesn't really do a whole lot to me. Um, you have to push portals. A lot of it, not, I wouldn't say a lot of it, some of it does unlock, but I'm pretty sure you have to push some portals. So for example, the mediocrity one, it technically gives you like a scuffed version of mediocrity just from getting to world 7, but to fully unlock it and get the full benefit from it, you have to push to demon flesh. It's like 6 portals in or something in a specific direction on a specific area. We can show you that later if you want. But there's a couple of the other places you have to push to a certain portal and do like a quest or something. Well, that's what I'm saying. Just getting to World 7 gives you mediocrity. It's just instead of it being like a high percentage, like instead of getting like 150, 200, 300% mediocrity bonus, you're going to get like less than 100%. So it's going to give you the mediocrity buff. Like, let's say it's like you get more stones for AFK, right? Or it increases the potency of your statues. Instead of it being like statues are 100% more effective, and then your mediocrity bonus is like 100%, right? You're gonna have statues are 100% more effective with like an 85% effectiveness of that buff. So that's how I saw it when I got to it before I actually did the quest for mediocrity. Mine worked. It just worked in a scuffed form, which is why I was saying if you can just get to it, you'll still get the buff. It just won't be as strong as it will be when you actually fully unlock it. So it's worth still pushing to World 7 just to get the mediocrity buff. So every week you have a rotating buff of focuses, basically. That's one of the nice things about the weekly buffs is it kind of gives you a rotating like focus. Some people struggle at like focusing on certain things or like working on certain things, and when you have like a buff that increases your progression towards whatever it is or making it easier or faster, it allows you to focus on it and like push through it faster without having to put much effort into it. It makes it kind of nice. All right, guys, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Oh, all right, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know how far you have to push for spelunking. Okay. Don't worry about getting every single item dig. you only want specific items to increase your progression, because you're gonna go do masteries, which basically makes you redo those floors, and eventually you'll get all the items. So don't worry about staying on a map until you get every single item drop, but stay until you get all the upgrades for your characters. So if you need like a bunch of sashes or something, stay until you get all the stashes you need. If you need some like lotus leaves, stay until you get the lotus leaves, or whatever it is you're looking for. Stay until you get what you need. I took some advice from some of the other people, but I do like the idea of only worrying about getting one nunchuck or like one kunai knife instead of getting 9 or 10 of them. Just get one, and then just put it on your strongest character. Like, put your nunchuck on your strongest character. Let him beat the door down while the other characters are farming the map for materials. Right? It'll take longer to break the door, but it gives you time to like build up, currencies and level things up and get resources and item drops and stuff to whatever. Because sometimes you'll break the door so fast that you can move on, but you haven't gotten your items yet. So then you have to sit there anyway gathering your items. So I would do that, because then you don't have to hold on to like 10 different freaking nunchucks, and eventually you don't need the kunai anymore. So it's like not worth getting 10 different kunai. That's at least my take on it. Yeah, so as you move to the different floors to dig, you'll get a different version of a nunchuck, and that nunchuck at this will be stronger than the previous nunchuck, even at a lower level. But there's a threshold. Like, let's say yours is level 30 right now, like a tier 1 nunchuck. The tier 2 nunchuck at like level 20 might be equivalent, or maybe 23 or something like that. Yeah. So as you push through, like, you might get one that's like pretty close in level, but it might actually be worse because than the previous version, because it's not quite a high enough level to compete with it. So one thing that you'll have to work on is max levels of like your nunchucks or your charms and things like that, because you're gonna want to get really high levels of those as it pushes further and further, into the thing. But work on that. But work on your action speed, your death timer, obviously your EXPs, and obviously your stealth for sure. Like, there's a lot to work on there, right? Door damage can be very helpful once you get into mastery levels as well, because the doors get a ridiculous amount of HP. So putting a little bit of investment into door damage is fine now, and later you can put a lot more into it. But you need to work on Jade gains specifically. Jade gains come with obviously higher tier maps, 100% like detection radius, so you don't get detected, right? The less you get detected, the more jade you make per hour, and then the faster your action speeds, the more jade you'll make per hour as well. And then obviously increasing the jade base increasements and stuff, that'll definitely bring it up even further, because you need a lot of jade for your upgrades, but you also need a lot of jade for the Jade Emporium, which gives you a lot of bonuses to the game. Like, sneaking is one of the easiest skills to maintain, because you can just check it, via the quick check, and you don't have to like tinker with it all that much. You just click a couple buttons, let it do whatever it's gonna do, and that's that's it. I don't hate sneaking. Sneaking is not that hard, or at least it doesn't take a lot of effort, I should say. Oh, we hit level 53 finally. Let's go. Oh, I'm gonna ask you really quick, Chris. Maybe you know an answer, maybe you don't. If you don't, you don't. That's fine. I don't care. So I planted some plants in a farming plot at one of the towns that I bought yesterday. And when I was gonna log off for the night, it said, like yesterday after stream, it said it had like 6 hours for the plants to grow. You know, the water looked fine, blah, blah, blah. I logged on tonight, 11 o'clock, you know, so like 12 hours later, after they would have been done, right? So they would have finished somewhere around 10, like 11 o'clock in the, you know, 11 o'clock, and I got on 12 hours later. I show up, and there's not a single plant. Not a single plant in the entire thing. And I planted over 100 plants. So I'm not sure how every single one of them disappeared. Like, they didn't just die and stay there as dead plants. They were just completely gone. So I don't know if when they die, do they go into like a dead state where you can still like harvest them? Or when they die, do they completely just go poof, gone, like they never existed? Or did somebody somehow like harvest them because they were in a plot on the town instead of like on my base? I don't know. I'm super confused. I was hoping maybe you might have some knowledge or information or experience this yourself. Yeah, like because I planted my plants and I put my like my pigs and my cows and stuff in this, you know, in the same town, but on two different plots. And I was able to go and do my pigs and chickens and goats and stuff like that. And I never changed my channel. I'm always on the same channel all the time. So the cows and the chickens and everything were there. It's just every single plant was gone. Well, supposedly, I think they can't. I think if so supposedly, if they run out of water, they die, or they can't. Like they die after a certain duration after running out of water or whatever. And that's fine. But when they die, like that's my question. If they were to die because they ran out of water, do they just go poof and evaporate into the universe, or do they actually like just wilt? And then now you have dead plants to harvest because there was nothing, literally nothing. So I was very confused. And then I thought, well, maybe it's because the season changed from like fall to winter during that time period. But then that doesn't make sense because I planted them and the time period for them to grow was the same as it was when I planted them yesterday. So I have no fucking idea. I'm so confused. I was so hangry. And because like I was talking to somebody in chat yesterday, Chris. Guy's like, yeah, I'm ranked like 56 in farming in the game, and I've gathered 40,000 plants, blah 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 or whatever. I'm like, oh cool. And he said that you can plant them and you know you can come back like he's never had to water plants, he said. And he says you can come back the next day and you can just harvest them. There shouldn't be a problem. And I said, okay. So I planted them, came back today, and they were dead. Or they were gone. They literally evaporated like fucking water out of a bucket. They were just gone. Nothing there. I was so confused, bro. And you're 41. That's funny. That's funny. I've actually had that happen to me, Topher. I mean, I never rode the bus because I live literally one block from school. But it was funny because I came home one day after like wrestling practice, or was it football practice? I don't remember. One of the sports practices I was at, and I fell asleep. I literally walked in my room and just face planted. I think I slept for like 45 minutes. And I randomly rolled over. I saw the clock and it said it was like 7:15. And it was like a dusk out, but I thought it was like sunrise. I was like, oh shit, I'm late for school. I thought I slept through my alarm. I jumped out of bed. I fucking jumped into the shower, took a quick shower, ran into my room, got my clothes on, ran out of the room with my backpack, and my mom's sitting on the couch. And, you know, you'd think my dumbass would have realized, why the hell is my mom sitting on the couch at 7 o'clock in the morning when she's normally sleeping, right? But no, I ran out of the house, ran all the way to school. I'm standing outside the school. School's locked. Called my mom on my cell phone. I said, hey, what time is it? She says 7:15. I was like, AM or PM? And she just laughed. She's like, did you think you were late for school? I was like, yep. It was pretty funny. You know, you would have thought when I ran out of my room to go take a shower and I saw my mom sitting on the couch that I would have put two and two together that it's nighttime, not daytime. My mom is dead to the world early morning, you know, back when I was a kid. She did nothing but sleep. She didn't have a job. She just slept all morning, all afternoon. I barely saw her. And when I did see her, it was like me bringing her food kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just never around. And when she was, it was always just her laying in bed yelling at me to do something. Okay. What up, Chris? Yo, what up? You look like Gandalf. But yeah, you'd think I would have noticed that. But no. My teenage brain just tunnel focused. And that's what I was wondering, Dig, is like, do you think since it was technically a plot at the town that someone could have harvested it? But when I go onto the plot, it literally says my character's name owns the plot. Right? So it's like an instance version of my plot. I'm assuming. Because the guy told me that you can buy every plot in every town. And if everybody can do that, they have to be instanced. Oh, they're definitely, those ones should definitely be dead and gone. Because I do know that if you wait too long past a certain point, they do die. Like, obviously the water would kill them, but if they're too overgrown, I think they die as well. So if you planted them a week ago, they definitely shouldn't be there. But if yours are fucking in a dead state and just still chilling there, I'm gonna be even more pissed. But I would like to figure it out so I have some knowledge going into it. I gotta figure out like a good time to plant them with the limited amount of time that I do play the game. Like between my login periods, I gotta find a time to plant them where I can actually harvest them and collect them. I gotta pee really quick. Give me just a second. Because I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, if I have to put a little bit of water on them to get them to last until I log back on, I'm not that worried about it. I mean, shit, here, yeah, that's what I figured. Yours would be gone after a week. But yeah, if I have to put a little water on them before I log off for the night, that's like a small price to pay. You can just go and harvest a little bit of fresh water, and I can just like put it on there before I log off. So 12 hours later, 15 hours later, when I come back, they're still alive. That's just a very small price I have to pay to at least be able to harvest them. But I got to figure out what to do with the fucking animals because I have 5 of each animal right now, and they're not nearly enough. So I think I'm gonna have to do 16 of all animals just to maintain like tokens, basically. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I know. Well, I was just testing it, Chris. Like, I went around yesterday. I was like, all right, let's put husbandry, things down, kind of see how it works, how it operates, kind of get the feel of it. So I'll just do 5 of each because I wasn't sure how much room they would take up or, how much resources they would give me. So I was just like giving it a little test. And yeah, it's not nearly enough. So like I said, I think I'm gonna bump it up to like 16 of each one. I just gotta find enough space to put them all down. That's the problem I'm running into right now. Is because I'm not using my personal house for it. Because I don't want to have to like go to town, check all the tokens, then come back to my base, do all my harvesting stuff at the thing, and then go bring all the stuff back to the town, and then have to come back again, like all that stuff. I mean, it's not a big deal. I couldn't come to my house. I could do all my harvesting and gathering and bring all the materials to the town and just stockpile them on the base like I normally do. And that's not a big deal. If I have to do that, I'll do that. Like if I have to have enough space to have like 30 of each animal, I'm down. Like it doesn't bother me. I'd rather overdo it than underdo it. It's just I know in the beginning I need more than I do later because once I have a stockpile, it's about maintaining than it is about gaining a stockpile. You didn't have that good once, did you? Yeah, I don't think. I mean, that's the only time I've ever woke up and I've ever felt like, oh shit, I'm late for something, or I missed something, or I forgot something, right? It's the only time I've ever woke up like that. Now, I've had other times, like I think I've told you the story where I fell asleep in the military and I slept from Friday at like noon till Monday at like 5 a.m. Like, that was insane. I've never slept that long in my entire life before. I didn't get up to pee, which is insane. I didn't get up to eat or drink anything. I literally didn't even know it was Monday. Yes. So go into your building menu, and I'm pretty sure it's middle mouse. Yeah. So if you look here on the left, mouse wheel, you wheel it to rotate, but you click it to destroy. And if you destroy like a crafting thing, it picks it up. It took me forever to figure that shit out. Oh, but something you can do, Chris, is you can buy every house inside of a town. And you know how towns, like the banks of the towns, only have so much storage space? I haven't tried it myself, but I'm pretty sure you can put storage chests inside the houses in the towns. So if you need extra storage for certain things, you can just go into the house and access the chest that you've placed inside the house rather than using the bank storage. If you're trying to consolidate things into one town so you don't have to keep going back and forth to your different towns, different bases and stuff like that. Because I'm using one town as my base of operation for doing my token turn-ins. So everything that's related to token turn-ins, I am stockpiling a full stack of like a thousand, of each type of those materials in that town. So I'm gonna probably need some storage boxes at some point, or I'm gonna have to just increase my bank space. But at the same time, like if you're trying to do more than just that, if you're trying to do crafting there and you're trying to do a bunch of other stuff, or you're stockpiling a bunch of like dungeon resources or materials or whatever, like you might look into maybe putting chests in the town as well. Unless you're just gonna do it all at your own personal property. All right. So we burned through one of them. But yeah, Chris, did you want to possibly do a little bit of like dungeon grinds at some point? Like you're the only one that actually plays this game that's roughly around the same level as me. On the same, server. So I was wondering if you ever want to do like a little bit of like dungeon speed runs, I'd be down. They're really easy. Like I can run through a dungeon in like 5 to 7 minutes personally, but if there's two of us, we might be able to do it faster. Just to speed run through them, just to get them kind of completed. Because they drop a bunch of materials for upgrades and crafting and stuff. They can drop you better gear for your level and stuff. You can also farm like a new bag, like one of the inventory bags things. You can farm a new one of these for like a higher graded one as well if you want to try and get more inventory space, which I thought was probably going to be worth it at some point. But yeah, like I said, if you're ever interested in doing that, just let me know. Because I can't be bothered to solo them. They're just spending like 7 minutes just going in and mindlessly just speed running it, just so fucking frustrating. Especially since I don't really want to loot all the mobs. I just want to loot the treasure chests and kill the boss. I just could care less about getting every single piece of loot. Like, yeah, at some point I need like the creature materials and that kind of stuff for I think upgrades, but I am not that interested in it right now. If I want creature materials and stuff, I feel like I can get plenty of that just from open world grinding. I don't need to do it in the dungeon. Yeah, I mean, and you don't even have to do it as a party. It's just usually if you go in as a party, like, you can kill all the mobs a lot faster, and you can get through it in like shorter periods of time, and the boss dies faster and stuff. But I mean, I'm literally just face tanking the boss with my axes. I literally just face tank the boss. I only had to dodge like one of the abilities in one of the bosses I was fighting because it can hit for like 5,000 damage, and I have like 5,700. So just technically, I face tanked it once, and I was like, yeah, that's not a good idea to face tank that. Um, but like I said, if you did want to do it, we could just bum rush it. You know, kind of split up by hitting like the different bells and grabbing all the chests, and the altars and stuff. Just as we run through real quick. So instead of it taking like 5 to 10 minutes, we can hopefully do it in under 5 minutes and get a bunch of dungeons done in a short period of time. Because I think each dungeon consumes 40 dungeon points, and I think you get like 200 dungeon points a day, and it holds up to 1,000. So if you want to maintain it, you got to do at least 5 dungeons a day. But if you wait, you got to do a lot of dungeons to play catch up. I've literally done, I think, a total of 5 dungeons since I started playing the game. I've been at 1,000 pretty much indefinitely. I just can't be bothered to deal with it. Like I said, by myself, I mean, I could just get into a party. I could do party runs and just kind of tag along. It wouldn't be very hard. Probably the best way to do it. But it's just fucking tedious, man. It's like, it's such a boring mechanic, a boring part of the game. I just don't want to do it. It's actually worse than Throne and Liberty's grind when it comes to the dungeons. Because at least Throne and Liberty, the dungeons were kind of interesting. And the boss fights had some mechanics and some enjoyment to them. Some actual trying involved, paying attention. These dungeons are literally useless. You run in and you grab as many mobs as you can, nuke them, loot the chest, run to the next one, nuke them, loot the chest. Like there's no trying involved. There's no brain power used. Oh man. You guys can hear the RuneScape music playing, right? I know it kind of competes with the interaction sounds, but you guys can hear it though, right? Okay. I can't hear it. It only plays for you guys. I just sit here with my headset off, just kind of chilling, talking to myself. You know, only crazy people talk to themselves. Or only truly crazy people answer themselves. And I don't do that, I don't think. Well, maybe sometimes. Maybe only sometimes I'm crazy. You be crazy. And what happened? Did you beat it out of yourself? It put you in a room? Then what happened? Did you learn to be a good boy? All the rats. Yeah, I think that would have made you crazy. I don't think that would have cured craziness. All right, all right, sounds good, Dig. Appreciate you, man. Take it easy. See you tomorrow, hopefully. If you have questions, concerns, thoughts, or whatever, as always, hit me up in the Discord. I'll talk to you later, man. Bro, I finally did my taxes today, Topher. Bro, I put that shit off for so long. I finally got that shit done. Holy hell. Well, because, like, the problem was, is like, we usually wait until, like, March to make sure we have everything we need, right? Because I never remember what all I need. We usually wait till, like, early, mid-March to do it. But then her mom went out of town to go and visit, her mom's dad, her grandpa or whatever, right? Um, and spend some time over there, and they were gonna bring some stuff back. So we had to deal with her mom's animals and stuff. So like that was cutting into like our own time of doing things that we had to do. So we had to deal with that for like a whole like week and a half. And then when she got back, um, or leading up to that, when we knew she was going to leave, we were painting parts of the house because she was going to bring furniture back. That we needed to make sure the places were painted for the furniture to go there, so we didn't have to move them later to blah blah blah. So we like before it was that, and then it led into that, and then we finally got that all situated, and then we had some other stuff we had to get done that took precedent, right? And then once that was done, we're like, all right, we could do that. And then the wife got sick, or her mom got sick, which then got her sick, which then got me sick, and that was like a whole week process. And today was like the first day that we were like, you know what? We need to get it done. Let's just get it done. If we don't get it done today, we're never gonna get it done. Yeah, I mean, we just do turbo tags. We just call it a day. Answer a bunch of stupid questions, and then, yep, there you go. I mean, technically we could go somewhere and have someone else do it for us, but I mean, how does it work where you go, Chris? Do you just do nothing and then they just like, hey, this is how much you paid in taxes this year and here's your refund? Like the state just does it for you? You don't have to claim anything, you don't have to fill out any paperwork, you don't have to do anything? Well, I mean, taxes are automated. Like they pull taxes out and it goes to the government, but we file our taxes at the end of the year to get money back. Someone else did the same thing I did. Interesting. Is that your house, Chris? Did you make a house next to me? But like I said, like it's a little different. It's like the tax part, like them taking our taxes is kind of, it's kind of on the employer to do, right? Unless you're self-employed. So like that part is somewhat like automated to a point, right? You just send your tax, they send the taxes in, the government gets it. But at the end of the year, you fill out the tax form so they give you back anything that you paid over what you needed to give, right? So they give you back money at the end of the year, and that's not automated. So do you not get money back at the end of the year for the taxes that you paid the government if you overpaid, quote unquote? Because if you underpaid, then you have to pay them more. But yeah, because I'm thinking Chris is like, because when it comes to our taxes, we have to tell them like how much we paid in mortgage and rent and interest on that stuff, any interest we made from like investments, any other forms of like payments we have like or money we've made in other aspects, any purchases like if you bought a house, if you bought a car, like I feel like a lot of that information, like yeah, in theory the IRS could obtain in the States. But if they had to do that for like a billion people, I don't think there's enough time in a day with how many employees they have to do that. Like they would have to actually use like legit AI and be like plugged in to like so many databases to be like they'd have to be plugged into all the bank financials. They'd have to be plugged into all the investment financials. They'd have to be plugged into like healthcare and they'd have to be plugged into so many different aspects because there's so many different things that get tax refunds and credits. I don't think it's possible. Like that's why we have to manually do it, I think. I don't know, it's over. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't know who doesn't file. What I'm saying is they don't know if you bought or sold like a shitty car, right? They can't be like, oh, I see you spent $100 at this random place called such and such, because they're not named the same thing when you buy something from someplace, right? If you pulled $100 out of your bank account, cash, and you walked up to a dude on the corner and you bought his car for $100, you have to pay taxes on that, right? But they don't know what you spent that $100 on. This is what I'm getting at. It's like there's things that there's no way that they can track, and they also there are people that never pay taxes. They eventually get caught, but with how many taxes come through their office on a yearly basis, and the ones that get flagged and things like that, it takes a while sometimes for certain people to get caught. Yeah, shishi. If it's cash, fuck it. It's clean the same work boots for 5 years. I mean, in your defense, Chris, unless they ask for like a receipt, quote unquote current receipt, you know, I mean, in theory, you could have bought the same pair of boots every single year. You know what I mean? And you also got to imagine too, Tover, those people are kind of high profile too. They know they make a lot of money, right? They're celebrities. They make a lot of money, even in royalties and stuff like that. So yeah, they have a lot of tax breaks and a lot of tax credits that they can claim and they can take advantage of. But if they're not claiming taxes, period, saying, hey, we didn't make any money, quote unquote, like they know that's full of shit. Wait, what? How did that not lower my weight? What the fuck? Does wood not weigh that much? What the shit? That's what the dropped 20 things of wood and it barely even fucking moved it. That moved it a little bit more. What the fuck? Okay, we can move again. Holy shit. Yeah, I was not expecting that. That was crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I obviously every country runs things differently. I just don't think where we live, with the amount of information that they need us to give them so they can correctly give us back taxes, I don't think IRS could automate that stuff. Because like I said, it's stuff like your bank account. Like your bank gives you interest on the money that's in your bank account. So you have to pay interest on, or you have to pay taxes on the interest you make in your bank account. If you have any like investments with like investment companies, you have to pay, if that taxable income, you have to pay money on that. If you got money from some sort of gift or something from a family member or an inheritance or something, you got to pay money on that. Like I said, if you bought or sold a car, you got to pay taxes on that. If you bought or sold a house, you got to pay taxes on that. If you put certain amount of money into a retirement, or if you put any money into like a health thing or like an education plan, or had a kid, or you adopted somebody, or you lost custody. There's so many things that this one entity of the government would have to have access to. So many private information of one person. It's way too much of a consolidation of information in one place that would be so susceptible to hacking or theft. It's just not feasible. Well, I'm not saying they don't have to report it, right? But then the report has to go into their database, and then it has to be itemized, and it has to be gone through, and it has to be organized and whatever. And then that's just one aspect. But then it's like all the private stuff that doesn't get done through businesses doesn't get reported, which is why they ask you, hey, is there anything, did you buy a car this year? Did you buy a house this year? Did you sell a car? Did you sell a house? Did you add any money into an IRA? Did you add any money into this? Like, so the interest from like the financial institutions is that could be automated, right? Your business, working for a company can be automated. A lot of that stuff can definitely be taken care of, but like you said, that's where it's like, hey, we did all this stuff for all the stuff that we have the information for. Is there anything else? And they ask you a handful of questions. Did any of these happen this year? And if you say yes to any of them, give them the information, right? Kind of like what you were saying. They ask you a couple questions, you input it yes or no to get more money back, yes or no, and then that's it. They could do that.
They could simplify the process by automating 50% of it. But I think they're lazy and they don't want to put that effort in. So they just make us do it and make it rely upon us. So if there is a mistake, it's not on them, it's on us. I think that is the true culprit problem. There's that. And then here is, how much do we have? So we only have 800 of this, 300 of this, 1,000 of this. Okay, so we'll just do this. I need to figure out what's taking up so much damn. Oh, it's my coal. Okay, let's get rid of the coal and the things. Get the coal moved over. All right, I think that saved a lot of room. We still have a lot of copper. I almost need. All right, so when we come back, someone try to remind me when we come back that I need to do. I need to make a couple more benches. I need iron. I'm gonna have to go get some wood because I just used it all, and some resin and wood. So I'm gonna make sure I grab the resin wood on the way north, but or south. I just need to make sure I grab the benches this time. But yeah, I definitely agree, Chris, that I think our country could do it. I don't know why they don't. I think it's honestly just a they don't want to put that much extra, I guess, extra work or extra responsibility on one part of the department. Even though in theory you could automate it. You know what I mean? Like you could literally just have a system that has the databases and all you do is you just generate you have a program that generates a report alphabetically, right? One person at a time. It's like, all right, the end of the year comes in, all the information gets compiled, and on this day they generate a report for, all these people and they send it out one at a time. They send it to each person, be like, hey, here's your tax return for this year. And if there's any information that, needs to be added, here's the questions, right? If any of these are a yes, submit that information to us, send this back to us with that information, and then that's it. Like that's what it would be that simple. And then when they get their information, they plug that information into the system via like scanning or whatever, and then it updates and it changes everything, and then boop, it pops it all out. What's good? What's going on, crowd? How is the day going? What you up to? What have you been doing since yesterday? Oh man, I'm pissed. Pissed, Kron. Remember how we planted all those plants yesterday? We're like, all right, we'll get on today and we'll harvest all those cucumbers and potatoes and get some farming done. Bro, they were gone. They're poof. They were vanished and evaporated into the fucking atmosphere. There was just nothing to be seen. I'm so mad. I didn't get a single pepper. Deadlock? Oh, okay. I haven't played Slay this. I don't really play those games because they kind of piss me off. But yeah, I've seen some Deadlock. I haven't seen Slay the Spire. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I think I need some stone as well. Let's get some stone just in case I need some for some of the benches. Yeah, I don't really have friends. Well, gaming friends, I should say. Like, I consider a lot of my viewers friends because they're here every day. We chat all the time. We kind of know each other pretty well. But when it comes to gaming, it's not that I don't like playing games with my viewers. It's just if I'm playing games with them and I'm chatting with them, I ignore chat. And I don't like ignoring chat. So I tend to play by myself. Like, oh, I'll party with you guys and I'll do dungeons and help you guys out with stuff. But I don't like to like play a game that is like team oriented and focused where I have to like be conversing and chatting and paying attention to them rather than the chat. That's why I typically just play games like this. which is really funny. Con, I know you don't like give it. You just kind of got here and you don't know me that well, but I don't play single player games. But yet, and I pretty much only play multiplayer games, like MMOs mostly, pretty much. But what's weird is I pretty much play them solo. So I was like, why do I hate solo games if I play multiplayer games solo? It's just weird. And I mean, I kind of already know my own answer, but it's just a weird like conundrum. Like, you look at me and you're like, you won't play a single player game like Dark Souls and Skyrim and stuff like that. Even things like Sims and whatnot. Like, I don't really play those types of games, right? But I'll sit here and I'll play 100% solo on a private server or whatever by myself playing an MMO. Solo. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Exactly, Chris. It's like, why am I in an MMO if I'm not even, I don't even socially interact with them in chat, like with people. I don't read chats. I even have my chats usually turned off. I don't do anything, but I do, like I said, my answer typically is I enjoy the option to help people if I want to do it, right? Someone comes into my chat and they need help killing a boss, or they need help with like gathering something, or needing help getting a group to do something or whatever. I like the option that I can help somebody. I can help them out. I can show them where to go. I can teach them the ropes or whatever. And I can do it while we're in game. Cleaning cloth? The store? That would be sick. With a caveat, play for 5 hours. I'll show you why I say that. So it's this part right here. So one player plays for 5 hours, 5 people play for 5 hours, 20 people, so on. So the more people that play for 5 hours, the more points I get. You'll get 400 credits for using my code, and I'll get 400 credits eventually when more people use my code and play for 5 hours. No, so what happens is you buy the game, you install the game, you launch the game, and at your character creation, at the very bottom, like this will be like your character creation window, it'll be like character slots or whatever. Right here at the bottom of the screen, it'll have referral code, and you put it in there before you make your first character. So you just put it in right there, right before you make the first character, and then it'll work. But you have to do it on the server that I play on. I play on North America, so you have to do it on North America server. I'm assuming that's why my EU friend, he gave me a code to use, and it wouldn't work when I was trying to make a character on NA. I'm assuming that's the thing. I haven't confirmed that, but yeah, just just put the code in before you make your first character, basically. And then if you just leave the game running for 5 hours, it'll give me another notch. So right now I have 3 people that have played for 5 hours out of the 4 people that have entered it. And then yeah, you'll get 400 premium currency, which is kind of nice. And then eventually I'll get more. Also, make sure you have a lot of space. The game is massive. Like, you're gonna need like almost 200 gigs of space. Like, I think it's like 120 gigs or 130 gigs, but every time there's an update, the update's like 20 or 30 gigs. So the game doesn't grow by 20 or 30 gigs, but it's like they're replacing old stuff with the new stuff. But you have to download all the new stuff, and then it replaces some of the old stuff. So it grows a little bit, but you still need that extra space to download that big download. So make sure you have a decent chunk of space. Like, I would say a safe bet is like 200 gigs. It's actually wild how big the game is. Like, if we had to compare it, this game is... Okay, it's only 78 gigs on mine. I don't know why. Topher said it was like 100 and something. Mine's only 78 gigs. And this is 87 gigs. But when you go to install it, it's definitely bigger. It says like 100 gigs. like 115 gigs or something. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how it consolidates down into like 80 from 115, but it does somehow. I don't know if they made the files smaller as they've upgraded the game or updated things, but it definitely used to be a lot bigger. So, just like I said, it's just a big game, so just make sure you have a decent amount of space. Oh. All right. Oh yeah, so we have one more pickaxe. Sweet. I think I should start making bronze. I don't know if I can make the bronze tools yet. I have to check it. If I can, that'd be sick. I can start processing like bronze and I can start making bronze tools for better grade stuff. Wait, what? Bro, there's no way. Yo, Topher's not here right now. Topher's gonna fucking freak if you tell him that. So Topher had to uninstall the game the other day because it was like 120 gigs. And then the next day, there was like a 50 gig update. He didn't have enough room on his computer. We had to uninstall it. That's crazy. The fuck? Topher got fucked. I mean, I had plenty of space, so I didn't even pay attention when I did it. Yeah, I mean, I think I have like 1.5 terabytes on this drive, and then I think I have another 1 terabyte on another drive, and I have like maybe 800 gigs on another drive or something. I don't know. I have quite a bit. I think I have a total of like 6 terabytes on this computer, and I think I'm using about 50% of it, maybe 60% of it. So if you want any food for thought on this game when you jump in, Kron, um, obviously, like I said, it depends on what your focuses are. But I would highly recommend the first thing you do is just bum rush the quest line and get to level 50 as soon as possible. That would be like the one thing I would do when you first join the game. It doesn't take very long. Mana! What's going on?
Yeah.
Thanks for the raid. How was Lotro today? I saw you were on Lotro when I got on. How did that go? Was that kind of fun tonight? Appreciate you bringing your community on over as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lots of fun. Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Were you bearing around again? You hitting things with your bare hands? Using 75% of your 2.5 terabytes right now? Oof. A little rough. I don't like filling up my SSDs. I feel like they run slower the more full they get, like percentagely. I tend to try not to fill mine up too much. Like I try not to go above like 60, 70%. Sail ship run? Yeah. There is one downside of that. Kron, is if you lose your boat, like if you get into a boat battle and someone kills your boat, you have to build a brand new one, and they are not cheap. Well, depending on what tier you make. That is the hardest part about the boats. So I haven't tinkered with it all that much. There is a statement in the boat section here that it says, maybe it doesn't say it here. Maybe it says it when you're actually out there. But it says something along the lines that, oh, ship battles are only active in channel 4, which is the PvP channel. If your ship is destroyed by other ships, all the items inside the ship will fall into the ocean. And don't forget to provide the required materials for 24 hours to prevent your ship from rotting. So it's like a decay system on your boat as well. So it's I don't know if you can be attacked on channel 1 or channel 2 while you're on your ship or not. I haven't tested it, but if it does die, you have to actually gather the materials a second time to make your next ship. Yeah, Troll Show was a rough one. Are you playing blue, red, or yellow bear? Mana? Yes. Oh my god, you have no idea the amount of materials it takes, Kron. No idea. You playing blue? Ah. I will say a buddy of mine played blue and it seemed pretty strong. I didn't care for it. I switched to yellow and yellow is so chill. Like, instead of being tankier and being a tank, you're a healer. And I feel like you're even more tanky as a healer than you are as a tank. Because all you do is just spam, like, swipe. And you just hit your AoE heal. And you heal everybody within, like, a 15-meter radius of you. And it's insane. It's so strong. I never had a single problem playing as Yellow Bear. It was really, really strong. If you haven't tried Yellow Bear, you should definitely try it. You can switch whenever you want. The only caveat to the channels is if you place a house down, it's on that channel, right? So I'm on channel 2 and I put a house down right here. So if I go to channel 1, my house is not here, right? My house is only on channel 2. So I play on channel 2 just because there's not as many people on it usually. So it's not as laggy. But if you want to go to channel 1 at any time, you can. If you want to go to channel 4 at any time, you can. You're not limited, right? If you make a character on NA, you can play on any of the channels at any time, just like BDO, how you can change your channels whenever you want. You can do the same exact thing here. God rank 11, let's go! You're fighting red? Nice, yeah. Begin. One of the achievements I wanted to actually achieve in Lotro is, I think it's difficulty 3. But you have to change the difficulty 3 by like level 5 or like 8 or something. Maybe 10. I don't remember exactly what level it is. But you have to basically change to difficulty 3 as soon as possible. And you have to stay on difficulty 3 all the way to level, I think it's 100. Maybe 120. I can't remember exactly what the level is. Without dying a single time. There's an achievement. It's a class achievement for every class in the game. That is fucking hard. That is so difficult to do solo. Like, not bad if you have a party, right? But it's not that it's hard as you get levels and stuff. It's hard at the very beginning. Switching to difficulty 3 before you have talent points and before you have levels and some okay gear or whatever, you get absolutely dick punched by everything. And I'm not kidding you. I died to something 5 levels lower than me trying to do it. I had full HP. I was full healer build. I got the thing down 25% of its damage, like its HP, while I was spam healing myself, and I died. I did 25% of his life. I did it again. I tried to go DPS form. I did 10% of his life and he two-shot me. I tried it again as a tank form and I got him down to like, I don't know, 60% of his life. And he ended up killing me as a tank. So it's just like, that shit's crazy. Falling and die. Oh yeah, falling is fucked. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you had a duo partner, you could make it work, right? You can cheese that system quite a lot. You can be on difficulty 3 and somebody else can be on like difficulty 1 and you can just like leech XP from people while they're doing the kills and you're just avoiding taking damage and stuff. You can leech things. There's ways to game the system. And you know when there's the events and you can go to the events and do the quests at the events to get a lot of XP and you can like spam them like shroom stomping or whatever it's called, shrew stomping. That gives a ton of XP and there's no chance of dying. So during one of those events is a really good time to do this because you can speed level the character quite fast. Because shrew stomping is like every 10 minutes and like every 2 or 3 of those you get a level. So if you're on difficulty 3 doing shrew stomping, you could probably just like, you could probably get the achievement on any character doing that, but you have to wait for those events to pop up. Could be a little difficult sometimes. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Is you're playing in a duo, it's like better to do a harder difficulty because it's already like even on a hard difficulty, it's still relatively easy with 2 people. So it's like upgrading the difficulties just so it's not so brainless. It's pretty useful. But I just at the same time, like I don't like going to difficulty 3 personally because it just adds a, it's not even that it's difficult, it just adds a layer of annoyance that you have to constantly dodge the fireballs that are raining from the sky. And if you pull like 10 mobs, you're constantly moving because there's like, oh, this one casts a fireball, then this one casts a fireball, then this one casts a fireball, and this one casts a... You have like a consistent, you're constantly chain moving while doing damage to try and avoid the fireballs that are constantly raining down from the sky. And it's an annoyance more than it is anything. But yeah, that was an achievement I definitely wanted to try and get done because I am an achievement whore. I do love getting achievements in games and trying to like 100% them and stuff. Especially, specifically in MMOs. And Lotro is no exception. Like I really want to try and 100% as much of Lotro as I can. But I am... It's not that I don't want to play Lotro. It's just there's so many other games that have a much higher interest level for me right now that we ain't going to play it for a while. I might play it off stream, but I kind of don't want to. Why I haven't played it at all because I don't really want to play it off stream because I do like showing my progression on my Bjorn for the stream, right? I've been saving the VODs over to my YouTube, you know, so people can follow along with it if they want. I don't mind playing Lotro on my alt character to do like professions or to like try and get that like class achievements and stuff. But other than that, like it's about keeping my progression like visible to everybody for me as a content creation part. But I will say, like I was low-key extremely impressed with Lord of the Rings. Like I know that game is old, but it has actually done a phenomenal job of keeping up. I heard they did a really good change to the UI recently too. Use my code. Yeah, let's go. Let's see. Let's see. Did it go up? Oh, not yet. Maybe it'll go up later. Hell yeah. I appreciate it. You gonna make a character on this channel? Well, on with us and play, or you gonna play another day? Like I said, leave it on for 5 hours if you wouldn't mind helping me out. That'll give me another. It'll give me 4 out of the 5 people I need to get some more premium currency. Kind of makes me feel like I'm not really a true free-to-play player if I'm using codes, but it is what it is. You're gonna lurk? Sounds good, man. I appreciate you. Like I said, thanks for the raid. Thanks for bringing your community on over here. It's much appreciated. Super generous of you. And yeah, have a good rest of your night. I'll talk to you later. See ya. In channel 2, yeah, like I said, if you want to play on channel 2, you can. If you want to play on channel 1, you can. If you want to go on the PvP channel, you can go do that too. The one thing I would tell you is if you are going to play it tonight or in the future or whatever, I would focus on speed running the quest line. Because the quest line, basically, it's going to just bring you from town to town, kind of show you the ropes of the game, and you'll hit certain thresholds where it's like, okay, to continue, you need to get to level 20. To continue, you need to get to level 30. To continue, you need to get to level 40, right? And the last one's like, to continue, you need to get to level 50. And that's the last quest, right? You get to that, and then you turn it in, you get your level, you get your legendary starter gear, like I have, right? And your legendary weapon, or you get your like purple souvenir weapon or whatever. And, that's it. Now you're in the sandbox just doing anything and everything you want to do. You don't even have to do the quest line if you don't want. You can level up just killing mobs. You can level up just doing professions. You can just literally do whatever you want. I just recommend doing it because in order to do professions, you have to actually do the quest line to a certain point because it unlocks the professions for you. And one of the quest lines also gives you the boat to get the boats started as well. It gives you a raft to get started. So just bum rush the quest line, get that out of the way, and then either PvE grind mobs to level 100 if you want to, take part, if you want to participate in, getting really good gear and doing PvP content, or just have fun moseying around doing professions and exploring the game and having fun. It doesn't really matter at that point. As I said, the main thing is just try to grind to 50 as fast as possible. And if you want any advice on how to do that, I can show you really quick as well in a minute. Because there's certain ways to get more XP than other ways. I can show you a little methods to the madness on how to grind XP a little bit faster. Oh man, I've been talking a lot lately, and going from being sick to just nonstop talking for days, my throat is killing me. I feel like I'm like losing my voice. Like I keep drinking water, like try and like combat it. And it just doesn't seem to be doing enough. Oh. Oh, one other thing I'll tell you too, Ron, is there is a town board in every town that they all share the same town boards. Don't worry about doing the town board missions. They don't really give you anything. But if you go to the quest board, the town board, there's a tab at the top. There's two tabs. There's the quest board, and there's like townsman's help or something like that. The right tab is kind of useful. It's these quests I have here. It's like feed your pet or your mount so many times, right? And it'll give you a horse medallion, which is used for horse breeding, right? You can do this once a day. Killing, mobs gives you PvE points, which you can then gather these materials for like crafting and upgrades and stuff. And then there's a couple other ones where it's like kill X amount of champions, chop X amount of trees, stuff like that. And they give you like resources that you need for crafting or upgrading or professions and stuff like that. That usually can be somewhat of a bottleneck, so you can do those every single day. It's something that you can look into. Because it's literally one of them's like play for 120 minutes. Even if you leave your game AFK for 120 minutes, you can get that one done. Feeding your pet, pretty easy. If you have a pet, you just leave it out, leave food on him, he'll eat food as he gets hungry. Same thing with your horse. As you're running around, your horse will eat and it'll finish eventually. As you're grinding mobs, the other ones will get done. So it's really not that hard of a thing to pick up, just a little extra. What level we get to so far? We're currently 53. Let's go. Getting there. Slow and steady. I think I did a really short. Oh, interesting. They come back in stages. That's interesting. Yeah, you can reset the skills whenever you want. Yes and no. Each weapon has different abilities or whatever, but you can change it whenever you want. So let me just go over this really quick. So these are all the weapons in the game. You can literally just swap a different weapon on at any time you want and play with a new weapon, but you have to use the weapon to level the weapon. But then you need books, just like in Throne of Liberty, to level the weapon up with the passive points, right? So I have 29 unused passive points, but in order to level up the skill, I need a book plus a passive point, right? So that's kind of how leveling up the weapons works. So you can level up every weapon if you want, but you need the books from killing mobs or from other players to actually level the passives up. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Necromancer is pretty cool. It basically just boils down to you summon like these big ass things that just do big dick damage. It's pretty strong. Supposedly, Arcane Staff, I don't know if it's Elementalist or Necro, but it's one of the most broken builds in the entire game. It can one-shot players in the highest difficulty, like the highest level. In PvP, like guild versus guild, they're one-shotting players. So is Crossbow. Crossbow, supposedly, I don't know which one it is. They have an ability that basically makes them invulnerable, gives them movement speed, and breaks CC all in one. Yeah. Instantly removes negative effect, becomes invisible, grants movement speed. This ability right here literally makes a crossbow user go invisible. It breaks the CC and gives them movement speed. It's actually insane. But they do enough damage that they can one-shot a player as well. So these two builds, like these two classes, are so strong right now, they're going to get nerfed. Life Staff is really, really strong for leveling. You literally just throw down like this, like some of these abilities, they just throw them down, they do damage while they heal. So this is really strong. I've been using Dual Axe because it's just about leeching. I pull a bunch of mobs, I do a little spinny spin attack to gain my my leech stacks, and then I just auto attack things to death. Really, really chill and easy. Like just straight face tanking. The two-handed sword was really cool. You basically use a dash ability and then you auto attack and generate big, huge amounts of shield. And that shield, you take damage to the shield before your HP, and then you use another ability to generate more shield. Use another ability to generate more shield. And like this is a really cool damage build as well. I wasn't a huge fan of the Bloodthirster one. It was just kind of weird. It's like you do more damage the less HP you have or some shit. It was just weird. Bow is pretty strong. But the one caveat for bow and I think crossbow is you have to have ammo. So kind of annoying. You have to actually have the arrows or the crossbows bolts to actually be able to use the weapons. So that's kind of annoying. Hammer's supposedly pretty bad. Dagger's supposedly really strong and fun. Does a lot of damage. It's really good for PvP and PvE. Spear is kind of, a lot of people like it. I don't know. I think it's in the middle ground. I don't think it's good or bad. I personally don't like the shield because the combinations of the skills just don't feel good for me. But I see a lot of people using this in PvP and PvE. There's a lot of like burst damage and some CC and some slows. It's pretty cool. But yeah, overall, like I feel like depending on the playstyle you're looking for, you're probably looking for either a two-handed sword, dual axe, dual dagger, bow, crossbow, staff, or either staff. Probably what you should probably look into. Doesn't really matter. You can get a reset with premium currency later if you want, but the main ones are if you're going to PvP focus, pick the extra PvP points, or PvE, pick the PvE points. And when it comes to stam, you probably want either more max stam or probably more max stam rather than stam regen. That way you can sprint for longer rather than sprint more often. I don't know. It's personal preference, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could say that's different, like the reason I like dual axes is I don't have to rely upon health potions or mana potions, right? You're playing a staff build, you're gonna have to spam mana pots and possibly HP potions. I'm not exactly sure because like when you use a skill, you lose HP, but then you heal for the amount of like damage you deal. So you might not need um HP pots, but you're gonna need mana pots. And unless you're running, there's a buff. The only way to do auto potions is to have a buff running, and it's one of these buffs. It's this one right here, which you can get like for right here. It's like that 30-day buff is 900 premium currency, which is 9,000 tokens, which isn't hard to farm, but it allows you to use auto potions. And if you're going to be PvPing, you need that because you can't be in the middle of combat, in the middle of a PvP battle, be focusing on spamming your health potion and your mana potion to keep yourself alive or keep your mana up to keep spamming abilities, right? So eventually, if you're getting into that aspect, you're going to want that buff. So either you're going to need a token farm from doing professions to be able to afford it every month, or you're going to have to swipe a credit card. So that's the one caveat to the game that can be a pain in the ass is those buffs are very, very necessary depending on what kind of content you're doing. Now, one thing you can do is you can stockpile those tokens slash premium currency and you can buy the bundles when they go on sale. Sometimes they go down to 50% off, right? So you can buy the 3-pack bundle for like pretty good price. And if you have a ton of stockpiled tokens and premium currency, you can buy like a year's worth of passes at one time for 50% off, right? Instead of buying them for full price every month and barely having any like extra premium currency every month, you can just stockpile it, hold on to it, kind of gimp yourself along until it goes on sale and then buy a bunch of them at once, which is what I plan on doing. I'm only going to be buying the double harvest one because I'm focusing on my professions right now, so I can get double the amount of resources and EXP. And then once I have enough tokens and stuff stockpiled, and if I find them on sale, I'm going to buy them on sale like that so I can buy multiples. And then I have 1 or 2 months worth of built up time to wait for them to go on sale again. And I've built up more tokens at that point so I can try and buy a couple more on sale and rinse and repeat that process. Kind of my goal. But there's nothing wrong with like changing your mind if you want to play a different build, right? If you want to play a different weapon. I started off on sword, like sword and board. I switched to two-handed swords. I hated both of. Oh, I hated the sword and shield. Switched to the two-handed sword, and I liked that a lot more. But then I tried out dual axes, and it was just my type of play style. So much better. You could literally just pull mobs and face tank them. It was much easier than having to worry about like oh, I gotta use this ability and get an auto attack in, and I gotta use this ability and get this auto attack in, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that, I gotta make sure I dodge this attack, and bro, this is just like, I pull like 15 mobs, I stand there and punch them in the face. Like, obviously, with any class, if you overpull, you'll kill yourself, but I feel like as long as I don't get one shot with this character, I full heal back with like one attack. No, it doesn't. So when it comes to switching, it's literally, you don't have, okay. So the only time you have to pay anything is if you're switching from one side of the tree to the other. So let's say you're a Necro and you want to try Elementalist, you hit reset, and this is the only, it'll give you all the books back that you spent on this side. So you'll get all your books back, and maybe you pay a little bit of gold, and then now you reset your tree, and then you just go into the other side. But if you want to go from like staff
Would you like
to axe, you pay nothing.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
I don't think it matters. When it comes to pets, the only thing you're paying attention to is the brackets. So collectors will collect items for you. Cooking will do cooking. Wood cutting will do wood cutting. Fishing, so on and so forth. But honestly, what the type of pet, like wolf, bee, whatever, doesn't matter. You can get costumes for them later, so you can make it look like something else. And the type of pet it is doesn't matter. It's what its job is. That's all that matters. I appreciate it. I'm gonna do it again anyway. Thanks for that. So yeah, the whatever one you get doesn't matter, because a bee could be a fishing pet, it can be a cooking pet, it can be a tree chopping pet, it can be a collector, it can be anything. A wolf can be anything, right? Like, any pet can be any type of pet. It just depends on what you get and what it drops as. Doesn't really matter. The quest pet, I'm pretty sure they're all collectors. It's just personal preference on which one you want to look at. And eventually you're going to get a costume for it during the quest line anyway, so it truly doesn't matter. No, man. Rope is killing me. What up, Thor? Okay, Thor. You're a little bit more experienced than some of the rest of us in here with this game, so I have a question for you. So yesterday, I don't know if you saw or if you were still here when I did it, but I planted a bunch of plants in that plant patch at the town. Remember? Planted like over 100 and something plants. Right? Bunch of different variations, whatever. And when I went to log out, they had 5 to 7 hours of growth time left on them before they matured, right? I got on tonight at 11, and they were gone. Poof, ninja, vanished into the atmosphere. Nothing to be seen, like they never existed. So, my curious question is, when they die, like if they run out of water and they die, do they just evaporate and disappear right away? Like within like let's say an hour of running out, they just go poof? Like, so when they die, do they just completely disappear? Okay, that's probably what happened. I wasn't sure if they just go into a dead state and then you can still harvest them for like just dead stuff, like, you know, worms or whatever, or if they actually just went poof. So the second they run out of water, they disappear. That's bullshit. That's actually bullshit. Like, I'd be okay with them dying because they ran out of water, and then just being dead plants that you could harvest for either seeds or like worms, because then that would give you a reason to let them die, right? But for them to just evaporate, that's dumb. Now, I don't disagree with them evaporating after they've been dead for over like 12 hours. Like, they died and then 12 hours later you still hadn't gathered them, then they disappeared. But not the very instant they run out of water. That just doesn't make sense. That's just dumb. But okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out like how I'm gonna do this, because if they're gonna run out of water while I'm sleeping, that's a problem. Which is crazy because everybody I've talked to says, "Oh, I've never had to water a plant. I've never had an issue." Bro, first 100 plants I planted disappeared before I logged in. Because, you know, I log off at 5 a.m., right? And I get on at 11 p.m. Right. So that's, what, 12 plus another 6? That's 18 hours? They can't live for 18 hours? Like, that just doesn't make sense. But I didn't. I planted it during, like, the fall. I didn't even realize it was going to be winter. Right? I logged in, I was like, oh shit, it's winter. Right? And my plants were gone. That was it. Like, that was it. Bob's your uncle. You know what I mean? Like, was not expecting that at all. Yeah. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's just like, if I have to go farm a little water and I have to feed them water before I get off for the day, okay. You know, that's fine. Not too much of a hassle. You know, I'm not that worried about it. I can do that. I needed to know, you know what I mean, going into it. So knowing that going forward, before I log off, you know, check the water, make, okay, they have enough water to, you know, their water's full or whatever. Just give them all like a little drink of water before I get off for the night, so when I get back on, they're alive. That's what I have to do. That's fine. Like, as long as I know what I need to do, I can make it work. It's just I wasn't sure what actually happened. Yeah, because that's the one thing is like, where is it? Right around here, level 60, minus 120 harvest time. That's huge. That's actually huge. Like, even at 40 with 45 minutes reduction, that's really nice, because then if I log in and I plant them, they'll be ready before I get off, right? Because that's the problem right now, is they're going to take anywhere from 7 to 9 hours, or what's that, 6 to 8 hours or something like that to grow. And that's a long time, right? Because I get on at 11, I get off at 5. That's 6 hours. So if I planted literally the second I got on the computer and I harvested it the second I got off the computer, I'd have enough time to do all but 3 of the crops, because I think 3 of the crops take 9 hours right now, or 8 hours. Those ones I'd have to like water, but I'd be able to plant new ones of those, and then hopefully be able to harvest those when I get back online, so I get 2 harvests on those. But when the time goes down, I'd be able to like plant them all when I get on. I'd be able to harvest them before I got off, replant them all, and then check them when I get back. Like, that would be a lot better. Like, a lot better, obviously. All right. So what do we got? Okay. So I'm wondering, do we switch to bronze? I'm wondering if we switch to bronze really quick or not. I'm just contemplating switching to bronze so I can start making the tier 2 things. But I need to be 15 blacksmithing, so I guess that's a no. Never mind. So we're gonna keep making these ones. I was gonna switch to bronze to start making the tier 2s, because they need bronze. But it's not really worth it, I guess, at this point, so we'll wait. Because I gotta get to 15, so I guess I just gotta make a bunch more. Dumb question. Should I just make, like, it's 10 leather. Let's say, I was wondering if I should just make, like, a handful of just, like, armors, and then grind them down to get materials back to just try and speed level my stuff. You got to add? Okay. All right, so I don't need to do bronze yet, so we'll just keep leveling our stuff up. 400, 800. We'll just do this. Yeah, because we're going to burn through a lot of coal when we get to it. We're just going to stockpile all the coal we can. Oh, we do have silver we can do. All right, we'll do silver next time if I remember. Oh, bro, I did it again. I forgot to do my... I forgot to grab the... Damn it. Is there any iron I can grab? I want to grab some new benches. I want to grab some of the benches I haven't grabbed before. I can, like, tinker with them. You're back? Okay. Frozen pizza ads is the only... Really? It's funny. But yeah, I was thinking about, you know, getting to the next thing. So I need to level my blacksmith into 15 to start doing the tier 2 tools. So I was trying to think, what would it be worth crafting like a bunch of like armors to then throw into the grinder to get materials back, to try and like recycle it a little bit to get even more crafts in? Do you think that would be worth it? Just to get me to level 15 so I can start making the solid tools, slightly better tools. You think that's worth it? Why the hunting knives though? Because the material cost is the same, isn't it? Or is it less stone? Let me go look. It might make sense if I look at it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll look at it really quick. So let's give it a quick gander. All right. So if we look at simple axe, it's 2 and 20. 2 and 20. 2 and 20. 3 and 20. This one's more. Okay, yeah, it's 1 and 15. Okay, but it's 20 XP. 20 XP. Oh, yep, I see it. It's the same amount of XP, but it's 1 less processed, which is huge. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, but that's annoying. Okay, so my question is, if I spam a bunch of these, do I grind them after to get some of the resources back? Because I'm not gonna need 100 of these. I mean, I will eventually, but I'll have no space for them all, right? You hate chores, adulting sucks. You're not wrong. Well, I mean, I need to get to 15. I don't know how much XP that is, but it's gonna be a lot. It's at least 5.5 levels, or 5 3/4 of a level, or whatever. I'm curious though. Yeah, 2 iron plus 1 hilt for 20 XP, not worth your time. Like for 25 XP, that's really bad XP rates. Like these XP rates are ridiculously bad. For higher tier materials that take more materials to make them for barely any extra like XP, that's horrible. Hey, how do you make the arrow shafts? 2 XP? You'd have to do 10 arrow shafts to equal one of the... Yeah, that's not worth it, bro. 1 arrow shaft is one of these. Yeah, the best thing is definitely... Like, this is by far the best thing to make. Well, it's like I wanted to upgrade to tier 2s just because it's the next stage before I eventually get to tier 3s, obviously, but I need to get all the way to 30 for them. And it's just like, I kind of feel like the extra duration that I'll get from them and the extra speed I'll get from them is worth it, especially for the fishing. Yeah, it's just level 30 versus level 15. It's a huge difference. And it's bronze. Like I have no reason to not just use my copper into bronze at this point. Well, we have 40 cutting, 53 mining, 37, 51, and 35. I haven't really focused on hunting yet or wood cutting. I've been focusing on mining, trying to get to mithril because I want to be able to do all the tokens. And then my next one is getting this one to 46 so I can do rhinos. Why would I skip it on the fishing one? And the mining one. I mean, I can understand the mining one. Like I honestly I could understand it on like mining and wood cutting, but fishing was a specific one that I wanted to do. Because the one thing I noticed is when I had the purple one, which I think is the tier 3, um it was the I think it was the advanced fishing pole that I got from the quest. I'm pretty sure this one only used 1 durability at a time, which was really nice. But it had so much more gathering speed in comparison. But those solid ones that I was using earlier, so the simple ones use 3 durability every time they catch something. The solids use 2, and then the advances only use 1. So I was thinking about upgrading it for my AFK fishing specifically because if it lasts a third time longer, I don't have to make as many. But if it has a higher grade, it fishes faster, so I get more fish per hour as well. I mean, they're twice the level. I gotta go from blacksmithing 15 to blacksmithing 30. Why would I just use tier 1 fishing rods from 15 all the way to 30? That's a lot of XP. And I personally, like, mats wise, I feel like bronze isn't too far off since I'm doing nothing but mining. And like that's the point. I want to focus on like leveling up to 30 so I can use the advanced ones, but I don't want to make 500 knives to get to level 30 because then I don't have no room to put them all. And I'm not going to be able to use that many. That's why I was wondering if I was to make these, which I'm not opposed to spamming these, would it be worth grinding them to get like materials, right? Because if I was able to get like if I was able to get the processed lumber back, that'd be kind of sick. But if it only gives me stone back, it's kind of meh, right? Why is that, Kron? Toss out the rest. I mean, I don't mind holding on to them. You know what I'm saying? To wait for the grinders to finish. Here, let's do it. I might have enough of the resource. I have 143 of the processed wood already. Like, I just need rocks. So let's. I just grabbed a bunch of these. Let's just try and get that done. Like, it's just, it'll be so nice to have better tools. So let's just work on this really quick. Yeah, so it's not about auto attacking, right? It's about like walking in circles, or like running using a sprint. So there's a method to the madness of the combat cron. If you run through the group of mobs, they have an attack time on their attacks. So if you sprint through them with your weapon away, just holding sprint, you can run through the mobs before they can hit you, and they'll all group up in one little clump. You can turn around and drop a nuke on them, right? And then if they don't die, you just run through them again, and then you drop another nuke on them, right? Or if you're far enough away, you can combo them like Thor is saying, and you can, if you clump a bunch of them together and you run through, you can drop like 2 abilities on them and just nuke them down. But yeah, when you're mobbing mobs together, you run in a circle, you gather a bunch of them, and then you let them gather, and then you drop your AoE abilities on the whole group. Instead of like single targeting, doing 1 or 2 mobs at a time, you literally just gather like 15 mobs together and you nuke them down. You want me to show you what I mean? I'll go and show you really quick. Whew. All right, I got a question for you real quick. Again, Thor, if there's only 4 inventory slots left here and I make more than 4, what happens to the excess materials? Like the excess crafted items? Okay. So it'll just stop crafting? Yeah, quantity remaining. Okay. That's what I was curious on. Okay. So let's just pull these out. Yeah, we're gonna work on this real quick. Like I said, I really want to get to advanced tools. Like I want to work on my mining, obviously, but I really want to get my advanced tools done. Because that would be really nice. The gathering speed increase, the duration or the durability increasements, all of that would be really nice. Like to have more of, you know. That's gonna take 10-15 minutes. Like I said, if I fill this up and then I go and do like a route and come back, these will all be done. So I can just fill these up and then come back, you know. I need to do something with all these fishing poles. Like I wanna hold on. Probably put some in some chests really quick. I have some empty chest space, so yeah, this way I can like craft a whole bunch when I leave, and I can come back to more. Just gotta go through all my chests before I leave. There's gonna be a lot of them, just scattered around. Oh, it did give me a process log back though. That's actually insane. Why do we have randomly obsidian up here? Hold on. Rearrange this. Move this. I'm gonna put that back. I know why we have the obsidian. I just kind of wish we didn't pick it up by mistake. All right. We'll put this away. Put this in here for now. Put the stone for now. Okay. And then we'll put the obsidian away. How many more do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. let's go on a little quick rabbit run. But yeah, Kron, if you want me to like I said, if you want me to go and show you how I pull mobs and stuff, I can do that really quick. I don't use the same weapon, but the thought process is the same. I'm only using green rods right now, Thor, because I'm not being picky. I'm just leveling up my fishing and just fishing where I can until I level up my stuff.
Listen, motherfucker. Listen.
So I'm just using everything and anything I had. What up, mate? Oh, 100Q for your Mega Flesh. Let's go. Sunday or tomorrow? Hell yeah, let's go. That's huge. Making good progress. Wasn't it like 120 earlier tonight? Gotcha. Yeah, I was just like I said, I was just gonna show you because there's a lot of people that actually they solo grind high levels like AoE grinding mobs down. They literally will pull like 100 mobs and they sprint through the middle of them to the other side since they all stop to attack and they only attack in the direction that where they start the attack. They just finish in that direction. So if you sprint through them, they can't hit you by the time you run through them. And then once you're on the other side, you have, I don't know, 2 to 3 seconds to turn around and do an attack. And then you just run through them again, attack, run through them again, attack, run through them again, attack, until they eventually die. Kind of a janky ass way to do it, but once you get the pattern down, it's pretty easy. It takes a little bit of getting used to sometimes though. FPS is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, it was 120. Nice. Yeah, I've seen that in some stream store where, like, they drop big nukes. Like I said, mainly I see like bow players play that way where they run through and attack, run through and attack. And it's usually when they're in like level 100 zones where it's meant to be partied and they're soloing. But yeah, if you're, like I said, on a necro, you run through, you drop one big nuke, you run through, you drop another big nuke, you know, and just kind of blow up the mobs, 1 or 2 hits. Not like the dual axes where you pull like a smaller amount of mobs, but you just sit there and face tank them until they're dead. So what I was going to tell you earlier, Kron, is when it comes to grinding your EXP, you want to focus killing like champions, like 1, 2, and 3 star champions. So what you do is you run around in a circle on your mount to gather like a bunch of mobs together, but your main focus is run to the stars and then gather all the stars together, and whatever small mobs happen to join you, you'll one-shot them really quickly and you get a small amount of XP from one-shotting the mobs. You want to kill the non-stars because it opens spawn spaces for the champions to spawn. You don't want to avoid them, but you're not trying to kill every single small mob, right? You're trying to focus on killing the big guys because let's say a regular mob would give you 12 XP. Yeah, you can kill like 100 of them and get a decent amount of XP, but you can kill one star and get like 1200 XP. And then you can kill 1 2-star and get 2400 XP. And then a 3-star will give you like 4800 XP. So they take a little longer to kill, but the amount of time it takes to kill difference is well worth it. Like, the amount of XP they give is wild in comparison. Yeah, when they're stronger, Thor, they can. What I'm running into right now is I don't have any constitution, so I have 5k HP at level 53. I have no defensive stats. I'm in light gear. And I can leech back all of my HP in one swing. But what ends up happening is I get punched by all of them at the exact same time, and it's more HP than I have. So I just get one shot when like the mobs gather up and they all attack at the same time. It literally just one shots me. Yeah. It doesn't matter what weapon you're using. If the amount of damage that comes in on an initial first attack, if you can't sustain that one hit, you die. So if you have 5,000 mobs and they all do 1 damage a pop and they all attack you at the same time, that's 5,000 incoming damage in 1 second. And if you don't have 5,000 HP, you die. So they obviously do more than 1 damage each. If I pull too many mobs and they all hit me simultaneously, I die. Yeah, I have low gear. I have low stats. Like I said, when I get a little bit more gear and I get a little higher level, I won't take as much damage and I'll be able to face tank a lot more. Right now, I could face tank probably like 2 or 3 stars probably, and I won't have too much of a problem for my current level. Because like I said, 1 attack Thor and I'm full HP. No matter how much HP I'm missing, I'm full HP on 1 attack. It's just having enough of an HP buffer that I don't get one shot by the initial like all-in-one hit from all the mobs at one time. Because like I said, the way when you gather them up like that, they all attack with the same exact attack time and they all hit at the exact same time. So if I can't take that one chunk hit without dying, then I'm dead. So I just need to get my HP buffer a little higher because 5,700 HP isn't enough. 57,000, different story. Like if I had 50,000 HP, I could tank a lot of mobs because I would just instant leech all the way back to full HP every time they'd hit me. And that's basically what it boils down to. I just need to put more. I have all of my points into attack right now. I have 0. Like, look at this. I have 100 strength, 0 defense, 0 con. Right? So I just can't take a hit. And I'm running light gear. Right? So I'm in light gear as well. So there is that. So in theory, if I really wanted to face tank, I could switch to heavy gear and I can get a bunch of con. And then I would probably be way tanky enough to just face tank anything in the game. And I would have 0 problems. Obviously, it would like cut into my damage a small amount, but that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Yeah, but so the plus weapon is going to give you more damage, right? More damage doesn't mean that you could face tank more mobs when you're getting 1 hit. Specifically when you're getting 1 tap, right? Obviously, more damage means you're going to leech more, which means in a war of attrition, if you're not getting killed by the initial first bombardment of all the attacks at one time, if you can live through that, then it's a war of attrition, which more damage means more survivability, yes. But if you pull 10 mobs and they all 10 attack you at the very same time, like they typically do when you gather them together, and they do 100,000 damage in one swing, and you don't have 100,000 HP, doesn't matter what plus weapon you have. You're just dead. Yeah. The armor's the big thing. Because you get the extra physical defense reductions and stuff like that from the armor values. And obviously when you upgrade them and you add the bonuses and the buffs and stuff to them, make them even stronger. Like all of that plays a huge factor. But a big thing for me too is I need to put points into con. So I have more total HP as well. And maybe even some into defense. I don't know if magic defense matters for me since I'm not PvPing. But I definitely need some into defense as well. I can eat that damage. Yeah, exactly. I'm basically a wet paper towel right now. But I mean, that's to be expected. This is all gear I got from the quest line. Right. I leveled the character up by doing the quest chain to 50, and then I've been doing professions since. I've barely done any dungeons because I really despise them. Oh yeah. I wasn't planning on it. I was gonna wait until I got to level 100. Or at least like level 75 or something. Because someone said like when you get to like level 70 or 80, like getting a solid purple set of gear or something and leveling it up to like +3 or +4 or something like that, it's pretty easy and free. And then that will carry you to 100. That's what someone said on their stream not that long ago. I need some stone so we can make some more stuff. Stoof. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know I'm gonna need defense no matter what. I just don't know if I want to switch to heavy or stay with light. Because light's more damage, but it's less tanky. But the main reason why I like the light is because I don't have the negative movement speed. I don't like the run speed -15. I don't like that at all. That's why I kind of stayed with the light, so I had +5 movement. But I also feel like dual axes aren't meant to be a tank, right? So at bare minimum, since they are like a brawling class, they would want to mostly go light probably. Because they want a little bit extra defense, but they also don't need to be like hardcore defense because they're not the tank. I just don't feel like robes make sense. Because robes is magic power, magic points, run speed, evasion, and a little extra crit. Like crit chance versus crit damage. But it's less physical damage reduction. So I feel like robes don't make sense. Yeah, so I'm saying I feel like it is designed for light. Level 9 PvP? Only one here? Yeah. You can run around and do professions in there if you have them unlocked. Yeah, and if no one's there, yeah, like Thor said, you can get free stuff. Alright, Thor. Another question. Like I know I asked you a lot. How do I get rubies and like those types of gemstones, right? I've never seen them anywhere. Okay, so I have seen a lot of those. I was curious if that's what that was used for. Okay. Thank you. That's what I was curious on. Answers my question. All right. Okay, so this is where the dye comes in. Okay, I was wondering, bro. I was like, because I was looking at the other thing and it was like, oh, to make purple, you need these two dyes. I'm like, but where do these two dyes come from? All right. So this is just dye making. What's this? Okay. So I can consolidate this if I wanted to. We can use the pigments. Are these even good for anything? I don't know. Maybe later. I don't know. Okay, so that's that. Then gems are, yeah, so prismas. Okay. 3 prisma? For what? 4? Bro, you guys are high. So this is 5 each. This is worse. That's 5 each. So I'm assuming these two are like the best ones to level up to get to the next one. Because this is still worse. A little less than 5 each. 24, 32. So this is worse. That's 4. That's 4-ish. So I feel like these are the two best ones to level up with. Opal? Why? 3 for 10 XP? 3, 6, 9. That's 3 point. something XP per prisma versus this. What am I looking at? Are you talking about because you gotta use the opals in this? I mean, I get that. Like, because you got to get to level 10 first, right? Same thing with this, right? Like, you got to get to level 10 before you can you move on, right? So you got to do these to level 10. But I feel like if you're trying to level up your gem cutting to a higher level for these ones later, it's not worth cutting a ton of citrines. If you're like, let's say you need to get to aqua, right? 40, but you're only like level 38 and you don't need any more century, whatever, the red ones or whatever, to move to the next one, right? Let's say, you're already level 40 in jewel crafting, but you need, for aquas, but you don't need any more of these to level up. It would just be, XP wise, it'd be better to do these two. What? Why? I don't understand why. Is it just like EXP per resource is better? Yeah, bronze needs coal, which is fine. Then this needs materials itself as well, because it's even more materials here. It's 3 of them instead of 1 of them. And then it's an extra prisma to make this. So instead of 3 prismas, it's 4 prismas. Is it? I mean, just farm trees. Farm trees and bring that shit down into coal. I mean, I get it. Like, farming trees and converting to coal is really fucking slow as well, but you have an infinite supply of it. I mean, unless we're talking, hey, what is the fastest XP possible? Yes, makes sense. But if we're not talking about, hey, if you want to get to level 100 jewel crafting in 10 minutes, this is what you do. Versus, hey, you want to get there and not want to suck chodes the whole time? Yeah, maybe there's other ways to, go about it. I don't like the idea of doing opals the whole way up. I don't mind maybe doing this. I mean, it is 15 more XP for 1 extra prisma, and then converting the copper into bronze, which cost the coal, which would be a bottleneck. But then I would need these, which could be a problem. That's 60 Porlux instead of 20. So I could see there being a bottleneck in some resources doing that. I definitely can see that. So, like I said, I'm not discrediting what you're saying. That's just crazy. Like, I don't know if I could bring myself to do that. I think I would want to make slightly better gear, honestly. All right, so let's see what we got. We did get some more of these. We did get some more of that. That's good. I got more of this and more of that. All right, so let's. We got a bunch of stone. Yeah, I was saying, no matter how you look at it, coal is the slowest one because it's abundant, but it's spread out. And then if you were to cut trees instead, that's really fucking slow. Because, oh, sorry, I had a burp. Because it's was it 10? Yeah, it's 10 logs for 1 coal. A little rough. Not gonna lie, a little rough. Not that big of a deal, but a little rough, right? We are gonna actually do that. Because why not? But let's see what we got. So we got some copper. Some iron. We got some silver. Oh yeah. Let's grab the silver really quick. Let's get this silver done. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I can see the thought process behind it of why it would technically be more efficient. I don't know how I feel about it. 'Cause I'm doing so much gathering of resources anyway. I know eventually I run into a bottleneck where I'm out of a specific resource trying to do like the higher tier stuff. I just don't know. Yeah, that's my goal. I don't know what is required to actually do the tier 3s. Like, to get this, like, can I just get tier 3s? I don't have to upgrade one at a time. You can rebind that one, Colin. That's a button you can actually rebind. In the shortcuts here. Mine's R. I changed mine, summon mount. I changed mine to R. And there's not a lot of things you can rebind, FYI. I don't use spells. I haven't figured that out myself. Thor might know the answer to that. All right, so maybe that's what we'll do. We'll upgrade some of our stuff to tier 3s. Because I know I have a tier 2 forge. What would a tier 3 forge cost us? Nothing crazy. I'll need some more wood. So we can do a tier 3 forge. I'm not gonna worry about the loom or the alchemist bench or the cooking station right now, but we'll do the sawmill, the smelter. I'd like probably 2 smelters, honestly. 3 would probably be ideal. I don't think I'm gonna do any of the other ones though. I don't really mess with these all that much. So I think I'll try to get. Yeah, I'll probably do like 3 smelters, a sawmill, and a forge. All right. So let's deal with that then. All right. We'll come back and deal with those when we come back. I'm gonna go get some trees really quick. Well, I'm wondering if the red line is the line that you have to surpass, like you have to pass before you can animation cancel it. I would do that, Thor, but I haven't even started on anything else right now. The only thing I've been doing is gathering, and then wood cutting to make tools, and smelting to get rid of all the bars because I've been doing nothing but mining. When I switch over to doing hunting, that's when I'm going to do the leather thing. I haven't even started doing loom stuff yet. Like I said, I haven't used the loom once. Like leatherworking, thread, I haven't done any of these a single time. That's why I'm not worried about getting the level 3s yet. But once I start doing them, I'll grab them. The second I start to do them, I'll upgrade to the level 3s for sure. But so I'm gonna wait to do the level 3s until I actually start working on it, so I don't pay the extra price for them before I'm even using them. It's not that much of an extra price or really a big deal, but that's the only reason why I'm not doing it yet. Oh, I need to go put these back in the grinder. Let me go do that really quick. Wait, how would you have messed up the storyline quest? You just follow what it tells you to do. If you use the compass at the top, it kind of points you in the direction to go to. What's it doing again? Oh yeah, grinder. We're level 12 blacksmithing. Almost to 15. Yeah, that's what I was telling him earlier, Thor. Just bum rush the storyline to get you through like unlocking all the professions and everything, and it teaches you all the basics and everything. Get you through the game, and then once you're at that point, then you know, do whatever you want, sandbox it up, have some fun. If you want to bum rush to 100, you can. If you want to do professions, you can. You know, whatever it is you want to do. That's where the true sandboxing comes in my opinion. Yeah, I want to say you possibly over exaggerated the jewelry crafting explanation, Thor, saying that like it would take you years to do it tier by tier. I mean, that I wouldn't say years, but maybe like it would probably take you like 6 months to a year to probably do it the right way, or the progressional way, because of how many materials you'd have to farm. But I think the part where you over exaggerated was saying you could do 20 times the amount of crafts at the tier 1s versus the tier 2. I think that's a little over exaggeration. I would say probably 5 times. I don't know if 20 times. I think 20 times is a little exaggeration. Maybe 5, maybe closer to 10. I don't think 20. 20 is insane. Because it's not even 20 times the amount of materials. Right? Like if you're just looking at material wise, it doesn't make sense. If it's 10 times the amount of materials, why would it take you 20 times the amount of time? You know what I mean? Well, what I'm saying is like, if you need 10 materials versus 20 materials, it doesn't take you 20 times longer to get twice as many materials. You see what I'm saying? That math doesn't math. If it takes you 1 minute to get one resource, like let's say it's 1 minute per resource, right? And you need 10 resources, it should take you 10 minutes. If you need 20 resources, it should take you 20 minutes. Not 200 minutes. See my point? That math doesn't math. Now I'd have to actually do the math to see how many extra resources it does need to see if what you say is actually correct mathematics. But I'm just saying, without at a first glance, 20 seems a little high. That's what I'm saying though, Thor. Like I'd have to actually see the total amount of increase. Because like you said, it needing coal and coal being slower than the other materials is where the huge jump comes from. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you only need 5 pieces of coal, even if you went the slowest method of getting 50 logs from trees, which is the slowest method possible, other than running around the field looking for a coal node and never finding one. That's slower technically. But the consistent way of just chopping a few trees to get 50 coal, right? Or to get 50 logs to get 5 pieces of coal, or however many coal you need. Just like I said, hear me out on this. If you take that into consideration, it's not 20 times the time, right? Because I think it was what, 2 bronze, and I'd have to look at the math. Like I said, we'd have to look at the math. I think 2 bronze is like what, 20 coal, which would be like 200 logs. 200 logs might take you a couple minutes, and I'd have to compare that couple minutes to how much it would take you to do the other method, and then like it might be, like I said, it could be 20 times longer. I don't know. I'd have to actually figure it out. I just, like, at a glance, that's why I said I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I felt like it was an over exaggeration, because 20 times seems a little hefty Seems a lot. Seems kind of crazy. But, you know, coming from a RuneScape background, I could see that being true, but without actually looking into it myself and like testing it or kind of investigating the numbers a little bit, it just seems high. Why is it not time gated? Is it like instant grabs or something? Ooh, really? What's the time gated behind? I haven't, like I said, I haven't messed with like any of the other resources. So, all right, what are we up to? Because we needed, what was it, 20 of these each? Okay, I think we have enough wood. I think we have enough resin. I don't know if we have enough iron to get my tiers that I wanted. Oh, is it because of the wool? Got you. Yeah, that sucks. I was gonna start. So I did my husbandry today, and I realized that 5 of each mob is not nearly enough. So I'm gonna upgrade after I slaughter them tomorrow. I'm gonna upgrade to I think 16 of each, and I need to find a way to cram them all into a pen. I need to figure out how to get them all into the pens at the house at the city and see what we can do. But I think we might be done with this for the night, guys. I might switch over to Eidolon for a little while just to round out the rest of the night after I get these crafted and built. All right, so 3 smelters. Well, one of these and at least one of these. I don't really need more than one of these, but having more than one of them wouldn't be too terrible. Okay, so my next question is, these, like this forge level 2, do I just throw this in the grinder to get rid of it? Or is there like another method I can do with it to like use it for something else? I mean, I know I can still use it, but I mean, like, I just don't care. I want to get rid of it. If I'm gonna upgrade, I like, unless I'm crafting more than one thing at a time. And at that point, I might as well just get another tier 3. I was just curious, like, would it just be better to scrap it? Would it be better just to put the? Why can't I? Why can't I get rid of it? Oh, there it goes. I was like, why can't I get rid of this? There it goes. I know I want as many as possible, but I'm just gonna upgrade to another tier 3, right? I don't need a tier 2, so that's why I was wondering: do I just grind the ones that I don't want, like the lower tiers? Do I just put these in the grinders and get rid of them, or like what can I do with them? Do I just destroy it because it won't go in here, and it only sells for 15, so it's like, who the fuck cares? Like, why can't I access this? Yeah, so I'm just gonna do it this way. We got to 12. I need stone. We're out of. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna scrap it. Like I said, I honestly don't give a shit. If I'm being completely honest, I'm just gonna get rid of it because I just can't be bothered to deal with it. And then this I'll keep because it's got resources in it. I think we're just gonna put a sawmill behind this and just call it a day. Alright, so sawmill will be back there. Till we use the stuff out of those sawmills, I'm not gonna move them. Cause I just have like, I don't know what to do with this fucking timber, but we made a bunch of it like an idiot. And then we got the smelter. Ooh, that thing's kind of big. I don't know what to do with this thing. I don't want to put it like here, but yeah, we'll just stick it there, hang it off the edge. Because this I had to be like, literally had to be in it to access it. That kind of sucks. But like processing speed and extra chance for production, I don't want to use tier 2s if I get 10 times chance for double production instead of 5% or 0%. I'd rather use the higher tier ones. All right. But yeah, like 10 wood for 1. Okay, I can see that, right? And then we need to go to bronze, right? Bronze is 8 for 1. So it's double the amount of copper. So it's 4 times copper. Or it's 4 copper and 16 coal. So 16 coal would be like 160 wood, which isn't too hard. 160 wood is really easy to gather, but once again, like, you're not going to rely upon the 2 times chance for production. Take like a minute or two just to get the wood, just to do that. I feel like the one thing that would definitely hold me back is this. It's the poor luck essence. Because we get a decent amount of it, but I feel like not enough. I feel like this would honestly be more of a bottleneck than the coal. If I was like focusing doing jewel crafting specifically, I feel like that would be the biggest bottleneck. Going from 20 essences to 60. I have a lot of it. But I mean, like, if my focus was jewel crafting, I feel like I could probably maintain 20 luck per craft. But 60 per craft, I think, would honestly be more of a bottleneck than the coal. I honestly, like, truly feel like it would be more of a bottleneck. Because then at the same time, I'd have to do so much like mining to get enough prismas to even cut ores. That would also, like, I don't know, that shit just sounds like a whole bottle fuck itself. Like, that just sounds terrible. I don't like that at all. All right. Whatever, that was loud. What was that noise? Fucking loud as hell. Oh, that was a grind. That was loud. I jumped off my building. I was like, what the shit was that? It's crazy. Like, I just got 4 prismas, which is actually insane, but I feel like I don't get those that often. Those seem to be a hell of a... Oh, like all night I've been farming all night. And I only got 242. I think I've been grinding for over 2 hours on mining. We'll just say 2 hours of mining gave me almost 250 prismas. That's not a lot. Let's just say we did the opals, right, itself. The opals, that would give us, I don't know, let's just say 24, so that's like 80 crafts. I definitely got way more than enough copper and coal to be able to do the other one if I wanted to in that 2 hours, because I got a lot of coal running this route that I've been doing. But if I was to do just the opal one, I don't think I did not make enough pure essence. Like, this is the pure luck that I got during that 2 hours. I got 300. So if it's 20 each, how many crafts is that? That's like 15 crafts. I got 15 crafts worth of this versus 80 crafts worth of this, and I have way more than enough copper and coal, and if I wanted to do coal or not. So I feel like, yeah, the essence is the problem at this point. I feel like the essence would be my biggest bottleneck. I do, but what I'm saying is, like, even if I fished for 18 hours a day on my off time, which is what I do, I don't know if it would combat the amount that I would need to keep up with how fast I can get copper or prismas. Yeah, that's true. That's true. When I do get to the advanced tools, I'll definitely be able to get a lot more, because that was one thing I did notice is my AFK fishing time is roughly around 60 seconds right now with blue and green tools. But with the advanced tool that I got from the quest, it was 30 seconds. So I was getting twice the amount of fish per hour, aka poor luck, right? And then as you like you said, as I like get better tools, I get better chances for them to proc as well. And then as I level my fishing up even further, it gets even better. Like, you know, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but like, yeah, that's a huge difference. I don't know. I don't know. That's just crazy. The amount of pure luck you need to do jewel crafting is kind of wild. And you can get it down to 12 seconds. Is that 12 seconds with like a good tool, or is that like everything? Like tool, pet, potions, that kind of stuff as well? Like, is that everything, or like the min-max method of like getting it as low as absolute possible? Or is that just talking about having like a really good tool itself with everything? Okay. I was gonna say, like, because I know there's like a lot of different things you can add in. That's still crazy though. But at least I know how to, like, what I can use prismas for now. Prismites, or whatever you want to call them. I just find it crazy that I haven't gotten like very much of this tonight. Like I said, I have like 2,000 of it from all the fishing I've done. But if you think about it, this is my 8th day with all the fishing I have done. And yeah, my fishing level's low, my tools are a low level and everything. But I only have like less than 2,000. Like, yeah, I have roughly a little over 2,000 with all that fishing I have done. Like, I'm literally 51 fishing. And I only have 2,000. Plus all the stuff I've been getting from other things, right? That's just insane. Alrighty. Damn, we can do up to 60 now? Damn, let's go. I wish I could hold that many. Alright. I'm gonna go pee really quick, guys. Then we're gonna open up some Eidolon. We're gonna let this process in the background while we do some stuff before we call it a night. Oh, give me a second. Oh, yeah, because I wanna, like I said, I think I'm gonna try and force my blacksmithing to 30 so I can start making advanced tools. And then I don't really care, but I can slow level my blacksmith from there. That is one bottleneck that we're gonna try and work towards. I'm not super worried about working on my jewel crafting and stuff yet. I would like to start using up my pore essence to stop making like a lot of like, extra space. So I think I'm going to actually consume all that really quick too. Unless I can use it for... So off the top of your head, Thor, is there anything else I can use this essence for other than this? I will. Sorry, I didn't realize you were leaving. Because I'm just going to start dumping it in here so I don't have to think about it. Save myself a lot of like space and start leveling up my essence crafting. I should have actually upgraded this to tier 3, but we'll do that another day. We'll do that tomorrow or something. We're gonna put our... Well, we could do opals with these too. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Like, we're gonna need a ton of opals at this point anyway. So I might as well just cut the opals. Okay. Let's do what we were just saying before we go a step further. pick that up. Let's make a tier 3 gem cutter. No point in not doing tier 3s if we're gonna actually use the process. Tier 3 gem cutter. Give us the speed and the chance for extras. But alright. So that's that. I'm not gonna worry about jewel crafting right now. Like, who the fuck cares? Let's get rid of the gem cutter. We do have more of these, but I'm not using them yet. But we can just stick them on the edge, I guess. Alright. So that'll let us do that stuff going forward. So I'll be able to like move this stuff over one piece at a time. We should have done these while we were waiting. Okay. Put those, we don't need to worry about putting those away. We can deal with the wood. I gotta sneeze. Oh. Ooh, there it goes. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Give us some more of those. Let us smelt down the rest of the wood. Okay. Take that away. Get rid of this. Put this away. Put all of this. Oh, we can smelt that down. And we can just smelt this stuff down and then put the rest of it away, I guess. Keep this on us for now. Stone has to go away. Okay, so let's smelt down copper and the iron. Put the rest away. We got coal. Got a lot of coal. Silver away. Prisma away. They got the fishing poles. Should be good there. We don't need any more fishing poles, but we can keep those on us actually. We can put the stone away for now. And then I think this goes over here. Then we'll grab, I think we're good on fishing poles for now. We have all blue, green ones. Alright, let's grab our meats. Okay. I think we're content with this. Alright. Let's just do some Eidolon stuff and then we'll call it a night. Thank you. Yeah, I've been sneezing a lot tonight. Like those are like actual sneezes, not like, what do you mean I'm sneezing? Those things hurt. Already. So like I said, I don't really want to full screen this, so we're just gonna leave it running in the background. Alright. So let's see where we're at. So what I've been doing lately is I've been farming mats here. I'm working on multiple things. Working on some statues, right? Gonna take me fucking forever, but I'm also working on the mats for this zone so I can level this up. Taking forever. But I want to level this up so I can atom it. I want to be able to use my atoms on it so I can juice it out, give me more pages. What are we gonna use our atoms on today? Can't use it on that. That sucks. Basically, I'm trying to use my atoms on anything I can that's not like that's not easy to like take care of. Like I can print these. I'm not worried about this, right? Yeah, I can technically farm like these as well, but easier just to atom it than it is to print those. Like this printable. Right, this is technically I could farm it, but who the fuck wants to do that? So I'm trying to like do it to things that I don't want to farm or that are really expensive or hard to farm or that I just don't want to deal with, right? So I could technically be leveling this up because I do print fishies, so I should probably just do this, get that one out of the way. But like I'm not going to mob print for these because I already mob print enough for all my things. So anything that's like a mob print, I'm just gonna use my atoms on. I could technically do this, but I'm not going. I'm just gonna use it on this today. I know leveling it up means nothing, but my no bubble left behind will be stuck on these big multi bubbles if I don't level it up. So I'm just like, fuck it, one at a time, baby. We're gonna push everything down for 1,000. All right, there's that. Still just cranium cooking, man. I don't think I'm ever gonna not cranium cook. Hey yo, my gym cutting is 9 already. Let's go. All right. Oh, we got this to 12 yesterday. Huge. I got a billion more things to get though, so that kind of sucks. And then this is actually taking quite a long time to finish. This has been taking me forever. Kind of annoying as hell. All right, so there's that. Close that up. Then we got tournament. Wait, what did it say? Days remaining? I don't know what that means. Oh, it ends in 7 days. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Yeah, I haven't touched my spelunking forever, but we just got to 11 QQ, so that's pretty dope. I literally haven't touched this. I fucking hate spelunking. Fuck it. I don't care. Yeah, I haven't been working on it that hard. Like I haven't been focusing on like doing 5-minute claims or anything like that. And I mean I've been working on it recently, but with how my forge is set up, if I do more than a full claim, like a full reset once an hour, it actually completely drains my stash, and I have to go and manually like put stuff there so the print will go back into the stash. Because if I don't have any in the stash, obviously the print doesn't go back into the stash. And I've been running into that problem every once in a while, so I've been doing it a lot slower because it's been cucking me every once in a while. I'll be like, man, why isn't my bars moved in a while? And I go and look and I'm like, oh, because it's empty. My stash has nothing in it. So I've been just letting it slow play at this point. Oh, we got a bunch of snail levels. We're at 42 snail now. Oh, okay. Didn't get 43 today. You got to pay attention to the armor type. So when you're in light armor, it's physical attack power, crit damage, accuracy. When you're in robe armor, like if you look down like here, right, the robe armor is magical attack power with MP, evasion, and crit chance. Right. So you got to pay like, so when you see my helmet, you see it says desert hunter helmet, and then in brackets it says light. You got to make sure you're in the correct armor set. So as a staff user, you want to be in robes. I mean, technically, there's nothing wrong with being in heavy gear and being a staff user or a light user or whatever. It's just you get bonuses depending on what armor type you're in. So a heavy user has physical damage, like power, like defense power and magic power. So it's defensive gear with HP versus light armor is physical damage like attack power and crit damage and accuracy and evasion and stuff. And then robe armor is all about magic weapons. So if you want to play magic weapons, you're best off just playing as a robe set to get the extra damage and the magic points, so you have more mana to work with as well. You get more movement speed, you get evasion, you get crit chance, but you have less physical defense, so you just don't want to get hit. That's the difference in the gear, right? In the beginning, basically, as long as it fits the correct armor style. All right, let me backpedal a second here, Chron. You played New World, right? Okay, so you know how in New World you can combine and contrast different armor types, but as long as you stayed under the weight threshold, you stayed within that weight, like that bracket. It's the same thing. So if you have a heavy helmet, it doesn't mean that it's not good for you, right? As long as you stay in the robe weight limit, you're fine, right? So just because you get just because you have a couple heavy pieces on or light pieces on, no, not the ads. Ooh, what we get? We got a tier 4. Yeah, let's go. Huge. I think these are 3s. Yeah, there we go. More flag rate. Hell yeah. Talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. Like, did they get a new no. Deathbringer, Spelunking, XP multi, Equinox. Yeah, so they did change this out. Artifact Fine Chance. Wait, what? There's 2 Artifact Fine Chances? What the shit? Hell yeah, let's go. No, stop. Hold up, wait a minute. Alright, so that's that. Finish clicking these. Oh, that's why I've been clicking on this instead of that. Okay, that makes sense. So I haven't opened very many gifts, mate. Like, like, where's the gift thingy to unlock more gifts? No, I don't want to do that. Fuck. I don't know where to get more gifts. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I only have 3 to choose from. I have these 2 and one other one that I've unlocked. You can buy every house in the entire game, Kron. Oh, this one. Yeah, yeah. I haven't unlocked any other gifts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I haven't I've only unlocked 3 of them, and these are the only 2 that I have. The other one was kind of just meh. So I just, yeah. Anyway, not that worried about it.
Okay.
I said, like, Mega Flush just can suck my dick. Honestly, I just don't care about it. I just click it every day or two whenever I kind of feel like going into it. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. I just don't care. Oh, alrighty. So that claims all that. But yeah, I've been here farming for like that kind of stuff. You heard it? Just fucking shut up. Ain't no one talking to your ass. Fun Gifts 5, gotcha. Oh my god, can this just get off of my screen, bro? I hate this. I hate it so much. Get off my screen. It makes me want to swipe my credit card just to turn that shit off. Does it? Yeah, like I said, this game runs a lot smoother than BDO, but I think it's because BDO has a lot more to it. I think there's a lot more graphics, a lot more like entities to load, and it's a lot more hectic slash faster paced. I think it's just harder on the PC. All right, so we can switch to carrots. Let's go. All right, carrot time. So I need to get rid of these, right? I need to candy. I need to get some gems to finish the last couple plots. E-type Earth. Should really do the bean achievement before I get too much further, I should say. I don't even know how much I would get if I refunded it all right now. I mean, it's definitely worth it just to stop seeing that shit pop up, but at the same time, like, bro, I can't be asked. To swipe my credit card, I just can't be asked. Alright. Okay. So I need to know, where the fuck is this one at again? Oh yeah, I found it yesterday. Hold on. It's this guy? Yeah, this guy. Go fuck yourself. What do you mean, don't what? What's the matter? Let's switch this to, I think it's 22. $29, let's go. Two times amber, let's go. Means I gotta do a new haul, which I don't want to do. I mean, I already finished that one, mate. I already finished, though, the one where you have to do the 5 bombs. I finished that on day 1. My very first attempt at the game, I finished it. Yeah, that's why I bought it. Because I remember you made that comment yesterday, and I personally didn't care um, if I bought it before it or after it, but I happened to just notice it today. I was like, oh, I haven't bought that in a while. I wonder if there's anything in there. And I was like, oh yeah, he made a comment about this yesterday. Um, yeah, let's look. So we still need to do this. This is what I'm working on right now. We're at the 100 showdown. I gotta get my maestro to 1,000, and then we're good. I mean, my V-man to 1,000, and we're good on this one. Then I got to do the. I gotta get 8 more of these Rat King things, and then I gotta level up my my student dude. So that's where I'm at right now. So like, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Like, I got so many things to do. Place sucks. All right. Anyway, so that's that. Have we gotten Rift unlocked yet? To be able to do Rift yet? Yeah, sushi should be in the codex. But I've actually white screened so many times doing sushi, it's ridiculous. You don't have Equinox yet? Ah. 1 hour away from 50. Okay, that's not too terrible. Alright, so that is all those claims. We'll do this. No new Rift. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the like what 192 or something like that divination, so I can actually get that one done. But I gotta get okay. So we got we're not there. We need 471 billion to be able to get rank 7. That's that. I'd rather do it on my V man, but he's doing other things right now. Yeah. A 193. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like this keeps going up. All right. Why is he here? I thought he was supposed to be down here. Why was he up there? Oh, because I forgot to move him back down. I think I did that to both these guys. Oops. And then I messed up my sailing proc because I did 2 characters instead of 1. Wait, what do you mean you can press it if you did? Wait, what? What do you mean? I can finally get past this fucking portal. Holy crap. I honestly don't want to push this guy anymore. I want to bring him back here to open up Demon Flesh just because. Then I'm gonna let him do his thing. And spelunking. Bro, I'm like never gonna get fucking Relic Fury. Am I never gonna get this stupid ass fucking artifact? Fucking crazy. I haven't gotten it yet. Why? Why haven't I gotten it yet? Bro, I've been trying to get this Topher since the day the update came out. Fucking mate's got like 15 of them. I can't get one. I haven't gotten a single one. Look, look. I haven't gotten a single goddamn one. I haven't even got the new ones because I can't even. I haven't got Relic Fury yet. I did. It's maxed out because I'm pretty sure artifact find chance in there has a cap. I'm pretty sure it has a cap. Where is it? Is it, which one is it again? Is it Justice? I don't think it's Justice, right? Is it Justice? I don't want to read all that. I don't want to read all this. Let's see this. Which one's artifact function? Yeah. Cap is 6 times. I know I'm capped out. Yeah. I think I need that new one for sure. The 3 times more. Yeah. I think I need to get that for sure. This shit is fucking. I have such terrible odds in this shit. It's driving me insane. But I'm really far away from getting another point. Which one was it? G7? Oh, I have it. Okay. Not G7. Which one did you say? F7, right? I have F7. Let's check them. What'd you say, Con? Yes and no, Con. Here, I'll show you the dual axe, right? So the dual, I have to wait 100 seconds, but this is their auto attacks, right? So they're doing a combat update soon. So right now you can't move while auto attacking, right? This is just his natural. He steps forward when he attacks. I can't strafe, but the update coming is going to allow you to strafe while auto attacking in the future. But in 75 seconds, I'll show you the abilities. They cast instantly, typically, depending on which one they are. Some of them do have an animation that can be canceled. Specifically the dual axe. It has like a leaping like dash. I think it's this one. where you like jump into the air and you do this little symbol on the ground and then the symbol explodes. You can animation cancel it almost instantly and the explosion still goes off. And it's just much faster. And some of the other animations can be canceled in the same way. But most of the animations are just, they're just the skill doing damage, right? Yeah, and that's the thing with like a lot of the arcane staffs and stuff like that is you click the button, you have a little location, you click it where it goes, and it takes a second and it casts, and then you can start moving. And that's kind of a theme for both staffs. But most of the melee is kind of just, it just does it when you do it kind of thing. They don't like, there's a couple abilities where you click it, you have to set a target location, and then it has a cast time. I've noticed that with this ability, it does that. There's a cast time with this ability. But most of them are just like point and click. Like this is my jumping ability, right? And then this is like my axe ability. Like you see how like a little delay, but it like just kind of does it. Right? So it's a lot faster. And like I said, almost all melees are the same way. There's a handful of them that do have a cast time, but not all of them. All right. Yeah, we were talking about the boats. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not even at 300 on some of these. So what can we upgrade? Problem is like these are all like just gold and I just don't make enough gold to do that. But we've been on this for a while. Still not a high enough level for those. 591. Yeah, I'm close. 386 here, 385 here. We're close to this. 45 on button. Jesus, mate. Let's go. Yeah, so the highest I can get is 386 on one of my boats, Dover. But look at my captains. I have all but one of them are crowns. All but one. So the problem is like the first few, these four, I'm not gonna touch. Because them taking bars, I don't make enough bars to really make much of a dent. Like that's 8 billion for one level. Like I don't make that many bars. My bars I should cucked, right? But like for this one and on, yeah, I definitely can farm them. I mean, yeah, I could do the missions and sell stuff, but I've been waiting for this trade to do the 777 achievement for so long. Yeah, I AFK Tover. I AFK claim like 15 times a day, if not more. Change islands. What? Why am I changing islands? I don't understand. Explain your thoughts. Don't give me fragmented sentences. Well, why would I trade to this? Why would I change to this to do the trade? I'm so confused. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's never gonna happen. That's too much work. That's too much effort. I just don't give a shit. Well, because I know there's like a thing in Toolbox that shows you upcoming trades. I've seen that. Like, that's one thing I saw in here is they say trades. They give you a list of all the trades. So it's like 17.1 million, which obviously changes based off of how much you have. Then 12 billion, and then this, and then this, and then it just, you know what I mean? Like, they're already in here. They already have it built into the toolbox to know what trade's coming next. Yeah, I mean, I could trade for gold bars. I mean, that's sure. But like the amount of gold bars I would need to get these ships to 400 is not worth my time right now when I can just... Honestly, I've been stuck on fucking Relic Fury for so long, I'm surprised I'm not 400 yet. It's actually crazy. I'm close though. So once these hit 400, I'll probably just go to different islands while I'm trying to get each boat to 400. That's what I did before when I was just leveling all of them up. You out, mate? Ah, man, I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Why can't I close this? Like, why can't I close this? Hello? Hello? Jesus. Stupid ass window. Okay, so what do you mean unused points? Are we talking about unused points here in your K menu or unused points in your C menu? Your C menu is different than your K menu. Okay, so in the K menu, if you have unused points, you have unused points. Like, look at my dual axe. I have 41 unused points. And the main reason why is because I haven't farmed up any books to level up my skills. If you don't have books to go with the unused points, there's nothing you can do about it. You need to have books to level them up. Yeah, this makes the game ridiculously different. So for an Int user, just focus on Int. Magic power, it's going to make you do so much more damage. You can also put some into mentality or whatever for mana regen and total mana, but it's all about just the magic power. You can literally start, like, if you're struggling to kill things, you dump your points into magic power and you'll start one-shotting everything. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I was level 10 Kron and I didn't know about this, and I was getting killed by level 5s. They were literally two-shotting me. I went in here, I dumped all of my points into strength, and I was two-shotting them and they were barely touching me. It's an insane difference. Absolutely insane difference. All right, let's finish up my AFK claims. Why, yeah, why are you not getting any mana? Yeah, why are you not killing anything? Why is nothing dying? Like, what's going on? This game sucks. Who the fuck would play this shitty ass game? Yeah, yeah, is that what it felt like? That's how I felt. Because of all the quests and all the explanations they give you to hold your hand in the game, that's the one thing they don't tell you about, is the character menu. Every time you level, you get character points. Of all the things to not explain to you, why not tell me that? 100, yeah, you were doing literally no damage. But you put points into to Int, and then watch, you're going to be doing like 2,000. It's going to be insane. You're going to be like fucking crushing everything. It's going to be literally a 9-day difference. All right. So that should give us a card. Yeah, we got purple card. All right. Iron time. Fireball turns into nuke within. Fireball. Fireball. I don't know why, dude. That Clash of Clans commercial still hits like a motherfucker. I love that commercial so much. It's so good. All right, so there's all our AFK claims. We do have hold to deal with. With what character? Oh, that was my V-Man. He went from the copper area to the iron area. I mean, you can fix a lot of the UI clutter in BDO, Kron. The entire UI is customizable in BDO. You can remove almost everything. It's actually really nice. But I will agree, this game, it's like an accelerated progress, and there's a lot less to it because it hasn't had time to expand, obviously. It's being newer. There's a lot less to like deal with and worry about and have to, you know what I'm saying? It's just much easier. Being more of a new game with less to worry about, it's a lot easier of a game to get into. It's not as much on your plate, I would say. Let's keep moving. Need EXP gain at this point. I haven't focused on EXP gain like ever. I really need to get some of that. But I really need gaming bits. My gaming is cucked. And cooking. Cooking is really cucked. So it's like my priority is cooking, gaming, EXP at this point. I've yet to be able to get to the multiplier for this one. I've got to the AFK multiplier, but not the bonus multiplier. I've never got the bonus multiplier from Bravery yet. Well, I guess we're getting damage. I don't care about the other two right now. Gotta get that cooking speed. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really focused on EXP for a long time. Like my EXP multi for these is actually really bad. My main focus for like the last 2 years of doing this has been mining efficiency. Oh yeah, that would be crazy. Like those levels were ridiculous when that happened. That shit was crazy. That super blue one, yeah. I get them every once in a while, but they're never usually in something I really want. Like at least that one was gaming, which was useful. But I get it in like stupid stuff that's already capped, right? Or like I get it in damage, which damage isn't bad, but it's just like it's not a great bonus. I put a ton of extra into the damage. Like if you look at my levels when I'm done here, Tover, you're gonna be like, holy shit. Well, can you focus on something else, bro? Like my mining efficiency and my damage is just like crazy. Don't cuck me. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Don't cuck me. Okay. Not gonna chance it again. Just do it normal. Yeah, I think I normally get to like 46 or 48 or something before I just like I tap out, because I always tap out early, but I've never gotten bravery multi. And that's a problem. Because without bravery multi, a lot of my things are just kind of meh. Because what do you need to get to, like level 52 or something? I don't think I've even gotten to the level to unlock it yet. You have to get to a certain level for it to even show up. Yeah, you have 0. What? I don't know what level it needs to be. Do you know what level you need to reach for it to actually show up as a thing? No, I mean, it's not a myth. I've seen people get it. Let me look. It says bravery. It says 47. According to this, 47 plus, and a max is 3.5. I'm at 45. I usually tap out around here. I'm always worried I'm not going to be able to make it. I usually tap out like right here, because the next one is just so many, like so much HP. Yeah, it's like almost 100,000. We're going to go for 47. We're going to try. Okay, I think we can do this. We got this. Let's go. Did we get it? Oh, that face. Yeah, I got wisdom bonus and judgment bonus, I think, but not this one. All right, I'm not gonna go for the next one. But like, this is what I got. So you're at your mining efficiency is 37,000 to my 27,000, and then you have 25,000 to my 12,000. You have 31,000 cooking speed levels to my 65,000. They're gonna be putting a little effort into cooking. My villager XP is 6,000 to your 5,000. At 31,000 gaming to your 21,000. I got 700 opals to your 32 opals. 35,000 to 35,000. Hey, we're both about the same there. And then I got 7,000 to your 16,000. Wait, do I not have AFK gain on this? What the fuck? Have I never seen AFK on here? Okay. I guess I've never seen AFK gain on here. Interesting. Oh yeah. Sorry. I was just reading it off. Sorry. But yeah, like you got me beating a few things. I got you beating a few things. Like it's mainly the cooking one. I have 30,000, like 34,000 more levels than you in cooking. Yeah, your cooking speed trumps mine. Like you have 6,000 cooking speed. I have 13,000 cooking speed. It's fucking crazy. It's actually crazy. I put so much into cooking and I've gotten like nothing out of it. Fucking wild. I've been focusing so hard on cooking. Is this not cooking? I'm focusing so look, 32 points per thing. I just can't fix my cooking problem. I just can't. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do. I can't fix my cooking problem. My cooking sucks. Oh. Alright, we're just gonna spam yes. What do you mean cooking wish? Oh. Yeah, I mean yours is roughly around mine is, isn't it? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, so I feel like it's roughly around where mine is. Bro, what's your cooking speed? What's your like overall cooking speed? I don't even know how to check mine. I honestly don't even know how to check mine. You have to go to kitchen, maybe? Okay, yeah, it's in under kitchen. Okay. Yeah, I was in World for cooking, but I was under meals, not kitchen. So yeah, I found it. I found the total cooking speed section. Okay. Compare. Why? How am I so much worse at cooking speed? How? How? Like, okay, yeah, I could probably level these up a bit, right? With some salts. I could also buy the better tables for the other half that I didn't buy better tables for. But like, I know a lot of your cooking speed comes from these meals here, right? But my cooking speed isn't fast enough to level them. I don't know what to do. Like, this is gonna take me almost 8,000 just to level this one time. 22,000, 30,000, 700 million. Right? Like, these three are not doable. I don't have enough cooking speed to actually push them. Like 220, I think. I don't think I've booked it in a bit. Hold on. I think it's 220. Yeah, 220. So that's probably one problem. That's one problem for sure. Because we have points that we can probably spend. So we can book this. That would help. Yeah. So I can book this. That would help quite a bit. We can do that really quick. Hold on, let's do that really fast. Let me finish this. We'll go and book the V-Man talent really quick. But like, I've obviously done the whole upgrade stuff for the cooking speeds. You've seen both of those. I've leveled up my tables quite a bit. Like I said, I could in theory level up by the upgraded tables, but I feel like, yeah, that's something, but not that much. But like, what else is there? Like maybe like would leveling up my cooking on my my blood berserkers help? Is that a thing? Oh, I wasn't supposed to click yes on that. Shit. I mean, my TDs are decent. World 3. My TDs are decent. 180, 130, 140, 140, 140, 130, 110, 110. Like, yeah, I can push these all up to like 150, maybe 180. Get a little bit more out of it. But it says my cooking speed is 1.41. Oh, oh, oh. 1.41 thousand. So what's your percentage at for your MSA? Where is it? Yeah. So we have the same percentage there, roughly. You have a little bit more than me. Mine's 1.41, yours is 1.45. So there's not much of a difference in that. Like I said, the V-Man one for sure. That might fix my problem. But I don't know. All right, we're going to be getting off here soon, guys. It's longer than I wanted to be on stream for. It's fine. I got to go clean the kitchen soon anyway. Before the wife gets up, which is once again fine. But yeah, so I've ribboned all of my cooking meals, but I think most of mine are like tier 13. What is that one, like a tier 16? You head to bed? All right, Kron, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Hope you had a good time. I'll be around tomorrow. If I see you, I see you. If not, hit me up in the Discord if you need me. Appreciate you. Take it easy. Sleep well. Catch you later. Bye-bye. That's a 15? Okay. I think mine's a 13. So that's a small percentage difference as well, and that is on a good meal. Yeah, it's 10 upgrades per speed. I don't know, that's what I'm saying. Like, but I mean, mine's relatively in the same ballpark as yours. No, I know what it is. I 100% know it's over. You put 5 points into one, you put like 2 points in another, and 3 points in another. That's 10. Like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it adds up a lot. That's what I was saying. That's one thing I could focus on is, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The Roomba's going up upstairs. Is leveling up my kitchens a little bit more. So obviously that meal could take effect on top of obviously leveling up the speed of the kitchen. Obviously takes even more effect into it as well. So that was one thing. The V-Man's another thing. And yeah, upgrading the ribbon on that would be pretty strong. I am leveling my shrines. Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, shinies. I haven't gotten to... My shinies are doing their thing, but I have no idea what's even in there. I haven't even touched shinies. That is something I literally haven't touched. Okay, so that is something I definitely need to do then. Because I don't know what my shinies are doing. Literally couldn't tell you. This has to be hands down the worst Justice run I've ever seen. I've gotten almost no boxes. This is horrible. I normally get between 10 and 20. But I haven't got a single good Reaper, which is rare. Normally I get like 5 of them. I haven't got a single one this time. So this is just downright a shitty ass playthrough. Potatoes are in. What potatoes? I'm actually really hungry. All right, calling it a day. Bro, I honestly have no fucking idea what to do here. Like, absolutely, like, because my artifact find chance is capped. There's no point in me getting artifact find chance. Like, where? Oh, it's not. Oh, it's almost there. Wait, what? Since when? I'm confused because on the thing it says 6 times. Mine said 17 times. How does that make any sense? Wiki literally says it's 6 times. Literally says 6 times. Where's the find chance? Times 6. Yeah, but even Justice multi 3 times. Oh, okay, I guess if I'm capped on Justice, okay, that makes sense. 3 times, times 6, 18. Okay, that I didn't take that into consideration. I didn't take that into consideration. The multi adding into this. I thought this would just show you the base. And it wasn't calculating the multi into what this was at. I didn't expect it to add that together. Okay. That's fine. We can get a couple more levels in it. That works. I thought I'd been capped forever, so I stopped getting it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't realize that was a thing. I thought that what it was showing you was the base value, right? What would you say before though? Essence is better. Yeah, that's what I thought. Catching efficiency is what I normally pick up. But I just feel like catching just sucks. All right. So how much did I need to cap? It obviously doesn't tell me what I need to cap. Cool. Does anybody know what level is like actual cap? It doesn't work? Oh no! I don't want to go over 5 million levels to cap it. No shot. There's no goddamn way. No goddamn way. Can I just click on this fucking jar? Give me this. Thank you. Yeah, so you said 5 mil, now you said yours is capped at 59,000. Tell me the math working there. Math ain't mathin'. Interesting, maybe? I don't, that still doesn't make sense. Because if cap is 6, but it can be multiplied by 3.5, so the cap is technically 20. You're saying it would take you 5 million levels to get to 6? That still doesn't make sense. Math isn't mathin'. Click the wrong button. I mean, I get that it downgrades, right? But what I'm saying is like, if you're saying that you're capped at 59,000 with a multiplier, right? At 20, at 10 times 20. Wiki says it's times 6 is capped, right? If you have no multi and you're trying to get to times 6, if you're saying that you're capped at 59,000 at 20 times, because you have 3.5 times whatever, right? Blah, 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 blah. There's no way that you have to get to 5 million to get to 6 times without any multi. It just doesn't, that math isn't mathing. It ain't mathing. It ain't mathing. All right. I think I saw another. Oh, I was lucky. Thought I knew that one was there, but I was like waiting. All right. All right, this is when my brain starts to explode. I have not touched cave layers in God knows how long. Bro, you're fucking crushing mine. Does it show me on here? Bro, my cave layers are fucking trash can. Level 15. Uh, level like what? Is that the wrong thing? Oh, sorry. Layer 12. Layer 14. Layer 14. Bro, I need to do that one day. One of these days. But that's to be expected. It's me, right? I don't remember any of the stuff I just looked at. I hate it when I'm like one fucking click off and it just like ruins like 15 of my clicks in a row. I just literally wasted like 8 clicks. Jesus. Oh, all right. Wait, I just saw a fucking hate this game, dude. Fuck that game, dude. Game can suck it. All right. Oh, what do we upgrade here? Jade, fuck it. Let's just work on Jade. Ooh, we need Gambit points, don't we? And Evo chance. Lots and lots of Evo chance. Does Evo chance have a cap? So Gambit does have a cap, it looks like, roughly. Player rate is not capped. I thought it was. Okay. We could do more of that. Evo's not capped. Okay, so I still have some stuff we can do here. I didn't realize those weren't capped yet. Okay. So we do need more drop rate. I thought we were capped on those, so I stopped picking them up. We need EXP though. Like EXP is just ridiculous for us right now. Ew, Windows 11. Ew. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, yeah, there's better options, quote unquote, but like easier options, like less brain power options. I don't know. I feel like Windows 11 is just so brain dead. Plop it in and it works, right? You don't got to do anything. You don't got to look up anything. You don't got to figure anything out. You don't got to do any workarounds. You don't got to learn anything new. It just works. I'd rather just not have to think about it. Stick with the normie stuff, you know. I know a lot more people are switching over to Linux because everything's like actually becoming compatible with Linux now. But I don't know, man. Just can't really be bothered to deal with it. What happened, Topher? Why? I mean, yeah, I need some, but it's almost maxed. Like, okay, I'm only at 50%. Sorry. But unless I'm AFKing there, what's it matter? Don't I have to AFK here to get it? I haven't AFK'd here in over a year. What's it gonna do for me if I'm not AFKing here? Yeah, but I don't AFK in whole period. I haven't AFK'd in the hole since I got all of them to their max like threshold. Yeah, if I actually sit in bravery, it makes sense. But I haven't done it in over a year. So here's what I'm looking at. I instead level up AFK gain, and I max it out on all 3 of these stages. And instead of putting the points there, instead of putting it elsewhere, right? And I'm not AFKing in it, means I am wasting those points. Right? So you level something up that you're not using for over a year. So you're putting points into something you're not using when you could be putting something into something you are using. That's like putting gas in a gas tank in a car that's parked in a garage and not driving it. I'm not saying you're wrong, Topher, but if you put gas in a car and you park it in a garage and you leave it there for a year and you don't drive it, what was the point of putting gas in the car to begin with? Instead, you could put gas into the other car that you are driving. Like, that's my point. I have no qualms with the whole AFK thing. Makes sense, right? It's perfect. It makes perfect sense when you're doing it. But if you don't plan on doing it, there's no point. Now, if I planned on, okay, we're going to sit down and we're going to AFK in bravery, then yeah, I could start pumping my points into it again to try and cap it out. Because I know I'm going to go back and do it. I literally had zero intention of ever AFKing in hole again. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. When I tell you zero, I am more likely to main this game as a channel game than I am to AFK in hole. That's about how interested I am at AFKing in the hole. It's never gonna happen. 2 billion beans. crazy. All right. So that's pretty much everything we were going to do today, guys. I will check this to see if it's full, which I don't think it is. No. But we're just going to go back and, yeah, cranium cook, call it a day. But I appreciate y'all. We're going to do our closing arguments, call it a day. Nope. Hey, well, I'm glad that happened. Glad I was online for that, because if I would have got off earlier and it kicked me off 30 minutes after, I'd been pissed. No, go back. I want to go back to channel 1. Channel 2. There we go. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys had a good time. We're gonna get out of here now. We'll be back on tomorrow night. More Quinfall, more grinding, more professions. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you good rest of your day. If you haven't joined the Discord, want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you ever need gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, best place to do that is the Discord. Just at me at any time, and I'll do my best to answer you whenever I'm actually awake and on the computer. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, please do that. Go into the About Me, give it a little clicky. And if you give me some support over there, I'd appreciate that as well. But I hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you guys tonight. See you. Bye. Thank you. See you guys. Bye. Thanks for being here, Fip and Topher, and everybody else that's lurking and chilling. Bye.